Hello, everybody. What is going on? Aaron McAvoy back with you guys after many, many weeks away out there in Vegas doing what we do, playing a bunch of poker tournaments for the WSOP. Unfortunately, I did not come back with a bracelet, but I'm happy to be here. And my good buddy Eric Van Loozen will be joining me, but he's running a little bit late. So we're going to get things started here, just me and all of y'all, and then we'll welcome Eric in when he gets here. Yeah, so welcome to the stream. It's good to be back, and let's see what we got here. We got Slick Rick, we got Seth, Nick, Carlos, we got Z-Fish, HCR, and 3Coin joining us, and Giljack as well. So a lot of familiar faces, as well as perhaps a couple of names here that are not striking me as familiar, at least for me. But we'll get a look at the faces and see if we recognize them. As Z-Fish is going to take down the first PLO flip, and we're going to jump right into the action.
He's a little messed up in mind.
Last four sessions.
Yes, my friend.
Coin here with a blackjack hand,
The one you mean like 30
seemingly thinking about whether or not he wants to play it. Wearing the stank hat, his neighbor wearing the 3-coin hat, so curious arrangement there. Perhaps stank, an inside joke or something that I'm unfamiliar with. As we are going to go to a flop 3 ways. Checks through, another ace on the turn, bringing in backdoor clubs. Seth here flopping the up and downer. Now going to go ahead and take a stab at this to the tune of 150. Z-Fish going to float in position. Backdoor club flush draw, and he will not get there. It's going to be a pair of queens to go with the aces on board here at the end. Seth now picking up what should be a hand strong enough to go for value here. He is going to check and give Z-Fish an opportunity to try to bluff, but sort of a spot where your opponent's going to have some nines after checking through the flop. If you bet small there, you know, 1/3 or something, you might just get paid. But he checks, Z-Fish checks it back, and that's all she wrote.
Ooh. I like those.
Should we start it soon?
Nice hand. Full start nice hand.
Do it.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Or the one seater.
It's continuous?
No.
No, not
Raise
usually one per
75.
dealer. It depends on how the table wants to do it.
All right. Taking a look here in the chat, it looks like we've got JD joining us. Says, good luck all. Please hit the like button. Absolutely. Always do appreciate it when you guys help us out. Hit that like button and help us get this program out to more folks on the internet. Of course, we are competing with some other fine content out there. Of course, this being free content. We are very pleased to have you guys here with us. Giljack here going to flop 2-pair, no kicker. Carlos in a similar boat. However, he's playing an inferior 2-pair with the queen kicking. Somehow the queen 3 has gone away. Wait, no. Something. I guess queen 3 didn't actually see that flop. Not exactly sure what happened there, but the I don't exactly know how that hand could have gone just a single bet and fold, even if the Jack Knight of Diamonds was the only hand in there. But yeah, we are going to move right along. Apparently that is the case.
Straddle 50 on
the girl that
ADHD Poker says, the crew back together, LFG. Absolutely. Yeah, Eric will be here momentarily. He is running just a little bit behind, but we'll get him in the mix here shortly. As Seth here going to open the button. Slick Rick in the small blind here, going to go ahead and make the call. Don't love to do a ton of calling out of the small blind. Players left to act behind that can squeeze you out. You can see Slick Rick there sort of weighing his options. But yeah, 3-betting with the deuces does feel a little bit bad. And the 3-coin stank man himself over there is going to go ahead and lay down at the Jack 8-0. We're going to go heads up to a flop. Jeff wants to get Eric and RJ on the table and have the table commentate. Oh, that should be fun. King Trey. It's going to be a pair of kings for Seth, and it's going to be kind of a tricky situation here for Slick, who didn't realize that he is out of position playing from the small blind. Is going to go for the check. And yeah, pretty much a hand that cannot fold this flop.
And I knew I recognized him, but I don't remember.
Yeah,
We played with some,
yeah, exactly.
unless it's like us.
Yeah.
Queen now on the turn. Board getting even nastier
Oh yeah.
here for the deuces. Alvin says, why is Rick flatting small blind? No. Yeah, it's tricky. Deuces, of course, not loving the 3-bet, build a pot, play out of position as you are going to whiff a lot, but as you say, definitely flatting out of the small blind, not recommended. Another check here from Slick Rick, and we're just checking all the way down. Interesting. Those cards, not necessarily the ones that Seth was looking for in order to try to get some value, but certainly the deuces will go up there at the end. All right. $50 straddle coming on here for the first time, it looks like. Yeah, it is not to be there, as ace peels probably not the best card for him to go for the super fancy bluff. Although it would have been ultra. It would have been ultra fancy to go for the bluff when the ace hits the board, and your opponent is going to have all of those sort of bet flop, check turn, give up, but now pair ace on the river. So yeah, it would have been spicy. Anyways, here we are. Carlos raising it up 2 red 8s in the low jack, 3 coin from under the gun. Or rather, the straddle position. No. We must say. Oh yeah, we had a double straddle here. That's right. So we're gonna get a 3-bet and a couple of calls. Is this real life?
Yeah, you have to.
I'm not doing it this trip.
It goes so fast.
Check. Check. Checks.
Potential misread here on Venom's hand, but who knows? Maybe he's a believer in the 9 triz. Eric, who is on his way, has already smashed the like button. You love to see it.
Take that back, 3 coin.
All right, 3 coin here is going to get this one through. Shows down the Jack 10 as well.
I had aces. I forgot what I had.
Interesting that he didn't bet the flop, but does get it through with a delayed C-bet on the turn.
He did. He had 2 on the board.
Thank you, sir.
I did have aces. Community board. There you go.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Seth, you're getting some time.
All right, $50 straddle here, sticking in a couple of spots. We'll see if that becomes the norm here. Nick going to go ahead and limp the low jack. The suited 1-gapper. MJ says, come on, Carlos, rep the ace on the flop. Yeah, I mean, he definitely could have 2 red 8s. Not loving that flop. It gets checked to him. He can get, 9s, 10s, jacks, these sorts of hands, maybe even queens, to at least feel uncomfortable, if not just fold there with a reasonable size flop bet. It definitely is an idea. Here we are, 4 players on the turn. It's going to be Z-Fish picking up 2 pair, bottom 2. Nick in there picking up the bottom pair. It does stick around. Ace Queen drawing to a gut shot in there for 3 coin, bricks out, and with 430 in the middle, Z-Fish going to take this one down when or if we get to showdown. Can't really see anyone paying off a value bet here unless Nick just completely YOLOs this. No, he's out of there for the full pot size wager. 3 coin follows suit, and Z-Fish will take down
I know.
another pot.
I'm not playing around. with you.
Yeah.
Straddle 50 this hand.
Today, very ABC. You know, I don't wanna go wild.
Yeah.
I'm playing nuts or nothing.
ABC? Okay.
Nuts or nothing today.
You said it.
Yeah, that's it.
Nuts or nothing?
No big pots, nothing.
Nothing, nothing.
Yeah.
So poker and men's.
Straddle 50.
Always a sound strategy.
Okay, yeah.
Raise 250. Fold. Fold. Call.
37 deuce. Yeah. Well, like alternate between this and stuff.
Okay.
Calls.
Sometimes people don't like
Fold.
A raise to 250 from Nick and a couple of calls here. Button small blind coming along against the early position open here. Interesting plays.
175.
175 is a bet.
You can be in hand.
7 high flop here, and 3-coin is just going to go ahead and donk lead straight out at this from the small blind. Nick comes along with the gutty to the nizzles, and HCR is in there too. All right, well, I'm looking forward to the way this night is going to progress, because with the plays we're seeing right here, we are in for a little bit of a treat here. Some players definitely going off of the traditional game tree nodes and getting us into some unseen territory. 3-coin here now facing a bet of 300 from a player that floated him on the flop and just had the betting lead pre, so yeah, it can just have some, you know, sort of funky ace-jack, you know, whatever overcards that just doesn't give the donk lead much credit, but yeah, queen-jack here, pretty dusty. Let's go. And we're on to the next one after Nick takes that one down.
$100 each. You want to do a splash?
So I don't have my little counter up in the corner here. Not exactly sure. Got a question in with the text report, but can't see my little counter to see how many of you fine folks are hanging out with us this evening. But I do imagine that there are some of you.
All right, guys.
Appreciate you guys tuning in. Certainly want to shout out to JD, ADHD Poker, Jeff, Alvin, and MJ for joining us in the chat. And hand number 8 underway here.
Thank goodness.
No $50 straddle this time. Looks like it's going to die on the other corner of the table. Nick here once again limping. This time from
Sometimes that
under the
works.
That's that
gun.
Las Vegas.
Now look, I got to
poker.
protect my button now.
Right. As long as you do it with confidence.
We're going to raise 75.
3-coin announces protect the button. Gets in there with the 10-3-0.
No respect.
No respect.
And everyone else calls. So 4 players going to see a flop. Whole lot of napkins involved. It's a pair of 10s. 3-coin. Heart flush draw for Nick. And oh, also a pair of 10s for Benham. Let's not forget the 10-6 in there out of the small blind.
I'm going to investigate this a little further. Make it 5.
Raise to 500. Fold. Calls.
Yeah, another curious play here. Nick goes for the donk lead. Gets raised, makes the call, and immediately drills the heart on the turn, locking it up.
That was such a pro.
The
check
6
that
high
you just
flush.
did. How'd you do that again? That's so pro.
Check.
Be worried.
Not you.
All right, looks like we're going check, check. I thought he announced check, but I guess he didn't.
I'll see a card.
Okay. It's another heart, so not exactly what Nick would have wanted to see, but he's not going to be deterred as he will fire out a wager.
What do you show? Nothing?
No, you get a flush.
Shows down the 6-5 and gets rid of his knit button, as we did start the knit game just a moment ago. So here we go. Knit game in effect. And perhaps that's, you know, sort of what's driving this extra action. Perhaps these guys are just really here to splash around and have a good time. So
I go by many different things, but what I've noticed is moron is the most prevalent name I hear.
Straddle 50 this hand.
Good hand, bud.
50.
Well played.
Straddle.
Thank you.
Full fold. Raise to 150.
All right, our first premium sighting here as of late. Ace Queen O on the button. Venom, he's going to make it 150. Nick will defend the $25 straddle with the 9-8. And Seth is out of there, so we're going to go heads up to flop Ace, Ace, King. Venom absolutely obliterating this flop.
I had it actually.
And show it down. All right, we're going to come back to this throughout the night, but I just want to go ahead and show a couple of different tournaments that we've got coming up at various Texas Card House locations. We got the Valley Poker Open down at the RGV Texas Card House location. It's a $200 buy-in with $100K guaranteed, $25,000 guaranteed in first place. That's going to be running from the end of this month, July 25th through August 5th. Find out more information on TexasCardHouse.com or on Poker Atlas. So if you're in the Rio Grande Valley area, or perhaps just looking to go and travel a little bit for a fantastic tournament, that is the place to be.
175.
Video Watcher wants to know, where is this game? That is a beautiful Dallas, Texas skyline that you are seeing on the felt there. This game coming at you from the great city of Dallas, Texas. I am joining y'all from Austin, Texas, where I reside and do the live stream commentary. But I'm looking forward to coming on up to Dallas here in the not so distant future for another big poker series, as I imagine there will be another one coming up here soon, if not already announced. Carlos gonna bet the flop, and Slick Rick floating with the King 9, just presumably waiting to see if Carlos is gonna slow down on the turn, and if so, then perhaps an opportunity for him to take it away. As it stands, the second card pairs, not really a good one for Carlos, and Slick Rick is going to take this as an opportunity to try to push him out of the pot.
800.
Raises it to 800. And wow, Carlos is going to make this call with just Ace King high, and unless Slick Rick has another barrel or a 9 on the river, which he does not so far, but yeah, this is very likely to sort of be like a give-up check back from Slick Rick, and Carlos take this one down with the ace high. But Carlos has other ideas here. He's like, all right, you're going to raise me in position on the turn. I'm going to call you. A 10 of spades peels off, and now I'm going to donk lead into you for 1,300. And Slick Rick is like, I have no idea what this is. It just really doesn't make any sense. Pocket 10s? Did like pocket 10s just somehow drill 10s full on the river? See Slick Rick here really thinking this one over. He's only got 3,500, and Carlos the same amount basically with 1,800 behind. It's such a small amount to raise to think that your opponent would be able to fold. And so he does let it go, even though the hand feels so weird, and Carlos will get to show down the ace king high.
Well, I guess that was a good value card.
You know, right? You know, you into movies, right? I thought of the title.
Next time.
Video Watcher, is it cash game?
ABC.
Yes, sir, it is. I presume there, sir. If you're not, I apologize. But yes, it is.
I'm up for that roll, or I'm in line for it. Oh, that's wrong too.
Are you up?
No, or in line. None of that. I would limp into that one.
Man,
That's a hard
Carlos
choice to
here
make.
bringing the heat, and
I'm
the
gonna toss
sort
him
of
up on that roll call.
oddball play gets it through with the best hand, but sort of dodges the bluff on the river. I mean, had he checked there, And Slick Rick been like, we're going for it, you know, and pots it, whatever. Ace King going to be a pretty tough hand
Can I
to
post it?
find the call.
I
So
haven't done it yet.
I won't.
very
That's
interesting
why I-
hand and a nice,
No, I don't
nice
worry
pickup
about
there.
No, I don't even worry about it.
All right, he's got 8s again. This time the club diamond variety, and it is the best hand after the flop.
Let me get away from that danger.
100 is better.
He's going to bet 100. Everybody folds. He doesn't have to show this time, but he will anyways. Got rid of the nip button. Drags another pot. On a heater.
On fire. Hitting every
I'm not hitting any flop. I've got to create my own. Johnny thinks I'm a much better player than I am.
I'll tell you what, the tape shows different. You've been killing it, bud. You've been killing it.
All right, $50 straddle is on. Fish here. Hijack, 10-6 heart. Definitely a little bit on the looser side. From the way that we've seen these players playing, it really does seem like the ranges have widened a fair bit from our more sort of traditional lineup. Slick Rick here, after missing an opportunity to bluff raise, is going to seize this one with both hands and an ace-4-0 from the big blind. Nick is going to double flat here on the button with 5s, and yeah, here's the danger of getting a little bit, you know, sort of trigger happy or whatever you want to call it with your bluffs, is that you're just going to get called a lot, and like these people are just not folding. Nick here flopping middle set. Slick Rick there with a gut shot to the wheel, and this is going to be a board that he may check at a fairly high frequency with overpairs and then just go for the check jam against this size. If he does here, of course, he's going to get snapped off and need to find a deuce. There it is.
All in? All in and a call.
And yeah, Slick Rick here going to need a 6 or a deuce.
Once? We're doing it once.
And neither of those two cards resembles a 6 or a deuce. So Nick here going to take Slick down to the felt. It's a battle of the Icks, and Nick wins.
I believe you.
So yeah, Slick Rick going to go ahead and reach into the bag and reload with a quick 1 buy-in dent to his
Hey, he is making a
bankroll.
move. In
Yeah,
the
Nick there double flatting the button, flopping Jin, having his opponent stuff it in. Doesn't get much better than
high
that.
level intelligence on this, right?
Oh, he's actually engaged. He's not just superficial.
Yeah. No, I never picked him up like that. I can tell he
He's
just,
knowledgeable. He has no reason. I mean,
and he's
makes so
lived
much
in
money
that
off
world
this.
forever and survived it. Not survived it, thrived it.
All right, $50 straddle on. Benham under the gun.
150.
Ace Queen, just 150.
You can tell he's real.
his father saying that you're too dumb to be an actor and that kind of deal.
Yeah, the house in Como. Real beautiful.
Like, oh, yeah.
Calls 150.
And he sold that tequila for like
Eric, I just need
400 million. He sold the espresso for 230.
Seth makes the call on flop 10-8-0.
I love those guys.
HCR in there
Like him
from
as well.
Yeah.
the first straddle and 3
Be
coin.
that good looking and
Never in a million years is he folding this hand. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop.
Why are you celebrating your birthday in New York?
because for me it's one of the 3 best places on earth.
To celebrate?
Just to get a vibe.
Check. When's your birthday?
September 23rd.
I'll be there.
250 is the bet.
Carlos Paulo.
Benham with the ace of diamonds. 2 big overcards. Going to go ahead and continue here. That's 250.
It really is a cool thing, and I never thought I'd like that.
The thing about New
200.
York is you can.
Well, that's a bet. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
I call.
Call. Heads up now.
But I'm so glad that she got me out of my comfort zone.
3 coin makes the call, 3 to a straight on the flop.
10 already. We didn't
Or
know you
double
had
paired now.
I'm very much an introvert in real life. It is kind of true though. I check.
Check.
This is a little bit scary.
Check.
So we do check back as Venom. And now 3 coin here.
I don't want to go over the top, so I'm going to put one out there because we're friends. Just a small bet.
50.
I want to read the board.
Call.
Easy little $50 bet there from 3 coin.
I'm still
Trying to
perfecting
see
that
if
move.
Venom
I'm not
is
like
on.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I'm working on it.
can actually fold for that price, but
Yeah.
definitely not an ace.
Maybe 1,000 would have done.
Drop a 50 to send.
You know what? I was playing in Vegas because Vegas is easy to play when you play here. I beat him on the river at number 7. He goes, what's your range? I go, you'll know when you find it.
Well, hello, sir. We have an Eric Van Loozen in the building.
What's cracking, Aaron?
Not a whole lot, man. It's good to have you in. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, we decided to show up since all the cool kids are on, and my buddy Aaron McAvoy is back where he belongs, in the booth.
That is right. It is good to be back, and it's good to have you.
I need your quarter.
Yeah, glad you made it through the traffic or whatnot, and are here on this fine Tuesday evening, 6:30 Central Time. We've been live for not quite 30 minutes, and here we are. Both players in this hand flopping top pair. Could be a little bit of dangerousness here for Mr. Venom. As check it over. Carlos going to continue. Tune of 325, a large wager, not quite full pot, but very near it.
Check.
Not a great card on the turn if you are Carlos. The ace king does have a diamond and a heart. He's going to check it back, and it's going to be a safe run out, as he really couldn't lose to the ace-6 at this point. Could only chop.
300.
Venom going to go for the block here, trying to charge pocket kings. Maybe pocket jacks. Carlos is going to make this call.
What a bad
and
ace.
take it down with the superior
Aces
kicker.
and-
You have a good ace.
He says, I have bad ace. Carlos like, why you bet bad ace? Give me pot.
Give me pot.
Wow.
Why you bet bad ace? Well, I said this is where you belong, Aaron, but you really belong, and your booty belongs on the final table of the main event in Vegas. But that was to no avail. But I'm glad you had a blast, it looked like, in Vegas.
Yeah, I did have a good time out there. It was a lot of fun. Every year, there's a lot of anticipation leading up to it. There's a lot of excitement, and then, you know, just standard tournament poker happens. There's very few people that go to Vegas during WSOP and just sun run the
of
whole
course.
summer. You know, you look at the guys that are leading the Player of the Year race. You know, Scott Seaver, Jeremy Osmus. You've got, you know, Big Hooney up there. A couple of the guys that are up there near the top, and you know, they had a couple of deep runs, and who knows how many other bricks they had along the way. But yeah, it's just really tough to perform consistently well in these big field events over and over and over. So I had a couple of decent runs, but yeah, nothing really added up to an overall W. And then, of course, the main event, the one that we all are hoping to run deep in, get a little bit of run good in. I had no such luck. I was card dead or even nuts pretty much the whole time. So it was pretty tough. Made it to late in day 2, just after the dinner break, before I went busto. And yeah, it's just the way it goes.
And the good news is, you know, for poker, and whether it's tournaments or big cash games, we don't have to wait a year. We got plenty right here in Tejas. All the poker we can handle.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
HCR here is not waiting for anything either. He's got aces on the button. $50 straddle. He's going to bump it up to 175.
I feel like I've been young.
Yeah, that was one of my, I guess, biggest worries about not getting here before, you know, where we're at here, hand number 16. What we've had
I don't know if I
a
need to do
few
that.
monsters, you know, within like the first 5 hands the last, you know, couple of months that, you know, both you and I and RJ and I have been doing these streams. So I was like, man, I hope I don't miss a 30K pot right off the jump.
Yeah, nothing quite so spicy. We did have, just to get you caught up, Slick Rick did go for a pretty spicy 3-bet out of the small blind with ace-4 against an open and a flat in between. Got double flatted by Nick on the button with pocket 5s and flops a double gut shot, and Rick did against middle set and went for the check jam all in. And yeah, sure enough, Slick Rick went down to the felt. So we did play a couple of decent sized pots, but yeah, certainly nothing resembling a 30K pot just yet.
I figured you either had
Yeah,
no hearts or a very low card.
it's always fun when you run good. If you don't,
Well, that's
you
good.
just-
Slick Rick, obviously another guy that was there in Vegas firing some of those tournaments. Glad to have him back. Excited to see Randy back.
They're very serious.
How could I
Obviously, if you're following 3Coin on the social medias, you see that he is a busy man with all his shenanigans. He's always up to something.
Oh,
Glad to see him back on here.
Like,
Oh, barely.
you can't try to like tabletop and like try to get.
No,
eight,
you
like,
cannot do anything in reference to what's going on.
75.
Yeah, and a pretty exciting lineup too at the final table. I mean, you've got Nicholas Ostad, you know, Lena
But that's
on
a discipline I need to know
the
also.
online poker streets, of course,
It
one
is
of
a different deal.
the best poker players in the world.
In general.
There at the final table, pretty much guaranteed favorite to take it down. Joe Sirach, of course, also a very good player. I have not been following the updates here
Just 'cause it's a
in the last little bit, but you know, still 9 players the last time I looked. Of course, they are playing down to 6 tonight, so just man, such an incredible event every single year. So much excitement for the players that make it to the final table, and yeah, really wish I was up there, of course, but we'll give it another try next year. All right, looking at VPIPs here, Benham leading the way, but we've got 4 players up in the 40s or above. Carlos at 38%. So plenty of hands being played.
Raise to 150.
Slick Rick here, getting after it with the 8 of clubs, 8 of diamonds from under the gun. Gil Jack, who we haven't seen much out of, is going to make the call with the red 6s. Carlos comes along, and Seth, who's been a little bit adventurous here, not adventurous enough for the King 4-0, so we're going to go 3 players to a flop 10, 9, 9. Slick Rick still out in front.
I don't have much background info on Gil Jack myself. I'm not sure I recognize him, so cool to see a fresh face.
Yeah.
Like the hoodie, the anti-knit campaign.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I get a check call here from Slick Rick on the flop? Checks once again with the ace of clubs coming off. Not a good card for Gil Jack's range, and he is going to get fully counterfeit, as is Slick Rick. So both players playing the board. But when Gil Jack checks back, it really looks like he has a 10. And Slick Rick is going to have a lot of aces here. And he is going to rep one, bets 500, and it's a quick fold from Gil Jack, as we do have the knit game in effect. So Slick Rick gets to show down the pair of 8s that are no longer a pair of 8s, and releases knit button drag pot. And, you know, you mentioned that we don't really have to go anywhere for poker because we've got all kinds of good stuff right here at home. And you are absolutely right. We've got the even bigger one here coming up here pretty soon, if I can find it in the list. There it is. The even bigger one here coming up at the end of July. Starting flights beginning on July 24th, running through the 29th with day 2. Sunday the 28th, excuse me. It's running all the way through the 29th. Day 3, final table going to be on the 29th. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack, 30-minute levels. A lot of great poker to be played there, with 10% of players advancing the money.
I hate these calls. I always lose these.
Has there been a raise?
850 is a total bet.
All right, a clash of the pairs here. 3-coin opening to 150. Benham trying to get in there with a suited
2,000.
blackjack hand.
And my new deal is 2,000, but run once. Just to FYI.
3-coin with a little bit of lip.
I may regret it, but that's what I'm sticking with for the next 30 days. We'll see how it works.
Got a new strategy.
All right,
All in and a call, running at once. You guys can show if you like.
All right, Z-Fish is all in and way ahead. Needs to dodge a 7, but there's one right on the flop. And oh
One
my
time.
goodness.
Set a 7. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I like running it once.
$7,700 pot there. Run it one time, 3-coin. Drills the set.
You know, you have to repeat it. That information be repeat.
As you mentioned, he said we're going to run it once. That's his new deal. See how it works, and boom. Seti Maggette right there on the flop. Johnny Rodriguez in the box tonight.
I got to where I knew what's going to be.
This is 19.
Already dealing out some heat.
3,000. How much?
Yeah, pretty nasty spot there. You get it in a spot where you are going to win several thousands of dollars 4 out of 5 times. But there's still the 1 out of 5 times where you will lose, and this was that time.
It is that time.
Yeah, poker is challenging, you know, because you know it is one thing to you know, sort of lose this hand right here and feel the pain of it. You know, I mean, it's a real thing. It's like 4 out of 5. That seems like you just shouldn't lose. 1 out of 5. Pretty tough to do. But the real pain in poker comes when you lose the 80%er time after time after time after time.
Absolutely.
You keep getting set up and you keep just getting wrecked, right? Like the real poker downswing is many more than one hand. And to all my brothers out there and sisters that have gone through a downswing, I feel your pain. It is a real thing. And to Z-Fish, after this moment, it will turn around, of course. And you'll start winning again. But gotta power through the pain in whatever way we do. Slick Rick here going to try to power through this hand from the straddle position with 2 red 10s. He's going to power muck it is what he's going to do, as we've got an open and a 3-bet in between, and Z-Fish does not have to show.
Z-Fish adding on 8,000
Oh, is the ABC coming?
to his stack, so he's going to chip up, try to battle Randy and these guys who now have quite a few chips.
We played all night.
Ace King, I can't.
I used to travel a lot of work and I had a ton of
Not again.
Yeah, we do have that even bigger one tournament coming up here in Dallas, everybody. But reminder, we still have our normal big tournaments every Saturday, the $400 buy-in. This last week we had over 200 entries in that. Got our top prize back up in the over 18K range. So a $400 buy-in, you know, giving you the chance to win almost $20,000 on a one-day Saturday tournament. So still have that one coming this weekend before next week when we start the even bigger one.
Heck yeah.
And a lot of hours on a plane.
Ben Friedman asks, what's your longest downswing? Perhaps a question directed at players in the chat or at us. But yeah, the couple monther,
Oh my God, I've lost.
that one starts to feel pretty bad. When you're just stuck in the doldrums, can't seem to win
Well,
a
you
hand,
left early that night.
have
It was
book
that
a
same
winning
night, and
session
he was
for a
flying
couple
back
months.
there.
That one really
He had
starts
to go to
to
London on
eat
his way
away
to
at
Austria,
you.
and I have more miles
I've been
I've
there
never
several
spent in my
times.
life. And
Gil
so I
Jack
called
here
him
with
straight
a
up,
jack
flying out there.
and no
And
kicker.
he texted me,
Still with the best
"This is
hand.
crazy, the food's so good."
Up against some players with pairs and a draw.
It is good.
I bet 125.
I
And
used
3 coin
to.
here.
Now, one of the companies I'm on the board
Open-ended
on,
with second pair.
buy a
Definitely
bunch of equipment,
good enough
and
to
the
call,
actual
and he
vendor
will.
lets you pay with a credit card without
Seth
charging
getting a little
surcharge,
bit of a
which is what
price,
everybody's
but
saying.
his gut shot is
So I let
going
them
to
use
put
my
a
credit
one-liner
card,
out
and
there.
they
So
reimburse me, so I get
yeah,
like
he does make the discipline fold.
400,000 miles a month.
And
You know, so I think
wait,
I've
did
got
Gil
something
Jack
like
get raised? Oh,
15
3-coin
15 million
raised him.
miles
Okay.
on American.
Didn't quite see that on screen. We had some issues. The
I
10
used to
does
travel
come
a lot,
in.
but I don't anymore.
So the 9-7 would have gotten there and actually made the best hand. Of course, you would always be worried about a queen, but as it stands, it's going to be 3 coins showing down the 10-9 for 2 pair, and a pretty nasty run out here for Gil Jack.
I thought you were setting me up.
Economy and business was
Club play.
To where?
to Germany.
Deuce, deuce, doo-doo dangler. What a name that is.
What a name.
Folding 10s pre-flop is weak. Well, if you would like to get in this lineup, I have exactly the information for you. Come on in and get in on this live stream. You can reach out to Mallory by texting her, emailing, scanning the QR code on screen there, and show us how it's
That's
done
right.
with pocket 10s pre-flop.
The lovely Miss Mallory will get you set up.
And it is in
Raise to 200.
Of course, I'm jesting a little bit because, yeah, folding 10s pre-flop, generally tend to agree is something that you're not going to be doing very often, and if you do it to single raises or, you know, whatever, single 3-bets when you're the original raiser, you're probably over folding. But you have to remember that this was a scenario where the pocket 10s were going to be playing from out of position the entire way, and cold 4-betting with 10s and getting jammed on is kind of just a spot where you've lit your 4-bet on fire. So you're basically turning your 10s into a bluff is what you're doing. And if you're turning your 10s into a bluff, then there's something to be said for whether or not that's a good play. So if that's the case, then your reliable options become call or fold. And you want to just be cold calling 3-bets from out of position either? That kind of sucks, right? So I don't know. It's just a really tough spot to be in given the dynamic of the hand. So I tend to agree. Folding 10s pre-flop, not ideal, but I think it made a lot of sense in the moment. And yeah, again, we've all got our different approaches to how we will sort of deal with these kind of arrangements. But yeah. 3-coin here with the 10 Dewey. The Ghost of Doyle
I'm just damn good.
is alive and well in 3-coin's corner. Take that one down.
Yeah, and if you're 3-coin, you don't fold 7s, baby. You just rip it in there. You go once, flop a set, and felt your opponent.
Can't lose the net game with that push.
So
I know.
all different kinds of ways to play.
I've been trying.
You know, middling pairs, obviously 10s more on the upper range there, but
It's not a good promo for
We call that ironic.
Well, we've got a couple of folks here in the chat. Ben Friedman replying that he's on a 2-week downswing, can't get it out of his head, just got to keep going. And then also MJ saying 3 to 4 weeks, but never lost more than 4 sessions in a row. Brad, I'll come back to your question in just a moment. Yeah, so it depends on how much you play, what your volume is, and everything as to what kind of a downswing you can expect to have. I know it's not really going to make you guys feel better in this moment, but you know, a 2-week, a 3-week, a 4-week downswing, that is fairly tame. That is fairly tame for someone who plays a lot of poker. So
yeah.
It's still going to feel bad. It's still going to hurt, and hopefully you're exercising appropriate bankroll management and are doing other things in order to sort of maintain your mental clarity, not getting tilted by the effect of being on a downswing. But it will turn around, and there's a lot of different ways to deal with it, right? And we can sort of talk through some of those. But let's go ahead and take a peek here at this hand, as we've got Giljack in here with a whole lot of nothing. Benham with a pair and a turned flush draw, facing now a roughly 70% pot bet here on the turn.
Since he moved offshore, yeah. He loves it there.
Giljack with a spade and a club in hand. Presumably going to represent either flush if it completes, and it is the spade flush. He controls the king of spades, so definitely a spot that he's going to want to go. He also has the 5 of clubs sort of interacting with the 4 that comes off. Of course, there shouldn't be a whole lot there, but he has king 5. Maybe he does have 6, 5 of clubs, and things of that nature. Benham here, of course, making the spade flush in the backdoor way is, probably loving his hand, I think, as all of us should. Here comes the big bet from Giljack, 13 and a quarter. Another large size. Benham with only 3,100 remaining. Does he feel like he can profitably jam this hand and get called by a worse, is the question.
He is holding the ace of spades on his shirt, but we can see he's only got the 8 high. But yeah, he's gonna jam.
All in.
If you get stuck, if they have mechanical,
Yeah, backdoor spades coming in. Your hand is almost always good, so I definitely like the idea here of going for value. It is kind of tough, right? Like, what is going to call you?
I just had this hand like 5 times.
There's like a couple of combos of spades that you beat. 7-6, 6-5. Very thin in terms of the value that you beat. And then it's like the pocket 9s never make this call. You're jamming for such a small amount more. It just looks like you have a flush all day, every day.
Right.
Maybe even a set you can find the fold there. Unclear, but yeah, well played, Benham. He's going to take that one down, turning the 8 deuce into gold.
Can you guys, the rest of the guys that have a hand, scan the card?
And for a couple of hands here, guys, we're going to have a little bit of a card read issue. So you'll get to sweat with us what these players have. We'll still be able to get you the flops for these next couple hands. But it looks like it's just going to last for a couple hands, so bear with us while we get that little tech issue figured out. Shout out to the production crew for getting it fixed pretty quickly.
Falls 500.
Yeah, we'll get to do the old Jack Link's pocket cam, is broken sort of situation here.
Jack Link's mystery table, not just mystery hand, right?
I call it the suburban.
Right.
Yeah.
So 3-coin cold calling here out of the big blind after we got an open and a 3-bet. Back over to Seth. He still has his knit button, and he is one of the few remaining players that has one. He's going to jam it. And wow, a lot of excitement here for our first
Absolutely.
hand of, sort of no hands, no cards known.
Yes, sir.
What, this gentleman right here?
You guys interrupted 3-coin story time by jamming 4,500 in his face. He's going to go ahead and let it go, though. A couple of ladies. Yeah.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Seth, gonna take that one down. Gets rid of the knit button, and I think now. Oh, he was one of the 2 remaining
He
players.
was one of the 2 remaining, yeah.
But you had a good hand.
So Giljack going to be guilty of being the knit, and he's wearing the anti-knit campaign hoodie.
Oh, the irony, right? Oh, the
very
irony.
ironic.
Show up to a game wearing an anti-knit hoodie, and you got to pay out the first knit button. Not that he didn't try to get rid of it, but thus is poker sometimes. Just don't get it through, and Now you're the nit.
Yeah, I do think that he had the right idea there. You know, king 5 with the king of spades. He gets the perfect run out to go for the bluff, and his opponent just happens to have sort of the hand class that he's representing. It's really just an unfortunate situation there. So it was a good attempt. It just ran right into it.
Go second mystery hand.
This.
Yeah. Make it a card or two red.
Yeah, we did get that question answered earlier, Brad. Sorry, I meant to come back to you. MJ says 2 to 5K to start. That is correct, and it is match the stack after hand number 1. So, yeah, we've got some 10K stacks, and everybody could have a 10K stack if they wanted to.
Took me a second to realize that one of our staples, old JD, is not here tonight. Shout out to him if he's watching, his fellas.
Yeah, you can.
J Diggles.
The J Diggles, the fan favorite.
3 of spades.
Would definitely be on my fantasy roster if we had a fantasy poker league. So shout out to you, JD, if you're out there in the poker universe. Hopefully you're doing something cool on vacation. Getting a little break.
Raise
Here in
450.
Dallas, so I actually am the operating partner for a few of our portfolio companies right now.
All right, looks like we're going to get a raise to 450.
Never know what you're opening up to.
Well,
Nick makes the
don't
call.
talk about
Seth's
that.
going to come along as well. So 3 players to a flop here.
So many moving parts.
Yeah, yeah.
Just the table just glaringly flashing red of like, ah, no one's cards are scanned. Ah.
We're good.
We're just doing the food business, right?
We're good.
And there you see,
All right,
pretty
here we
healthy
go.
pot.
Yeah.
Start us off, about $1,400 already in the pot.
Back it low and
Yeah, definitely not a flop of ace 10 10. That's going to be 7 deuce deuce, pretty much the exact opposite.
500.
A lead here from Nick. Oh, excuse me, not a lead. A Z-fish checking as the 3-better.
The language is so different.
too many acronyms.
Nick here definitely going to have, you know, some pairs that are going to want to bet that flop when check to. Z-fish here going to go for the check raise, makes it 1,500. Definitely be doing this with some big pairs of his own. Going to be definitely more weighted towards the aces, kings, queens than Nick should ever be, if he ever has them at all, given the pre-flop dynamic.
Yeah, got a little squirming from Nick there in the 6th seat.
Yeah,
after being
absolutely
raised.
right. And both of these players very deep, right? Nick had the fortunate hand against Slick Rick, so he confiscated all of those chips not too long ago and playing basically a double stack. So if he goes to a multi-street battle here against Z-fish, we could see all of those chips go in. That's certainly weighing on his mind right now.
Does decide to let it go. Z-fish gets that one through. Not sure
Yeah, and
what
if
he
we try
had
to-
there, but
Yeah, if we try to think about what Z-fish is going to have there, he's going to have some overpairs. Remember, this was 3 ways to a flop. So pocket aces is going to love this flop, especially if you have pocket aces with a heart, where you don't mind it checking through. You don't mind if someone bets, because then you can check raise them. Like, there's just nothing about that board that's scary. If they have pocket 7s or pocket 2s, okay, you're just dead. It's okay. That's the way it goes. But beautiful board to check raise into 2 opponents. You can also have some, you know, ace king of hearts, ace queen of hearts, ace jack of hearts. Those all very reasonable. Even something like queen jack of hearts or king jack of hearts, if those are in his 3-bet range from that orientation, right? Like,
I've never been.
you can get some ace highs to fold. You maybe even get some small pairs to fold. So could be definitely be plenty of bluffs in there as well.
And I go to Memphis for a workshop.
200.
Yeah.
All right, 3 players see a 9 of spades come off on the turn. Full Badoogie on board. Bet of 200 and a raise, a little clicky type of raise to 600.
And maybe later, like in fall, I go to Spain. Yeah, October to be precise.
HCR here. In position, seemingly interested in continuing, and he will. Quick call from Nick, and we're still 3 ways going to a river.
I see. When would you be there?
10 of clubs.
A quick check from Nick.
Do you have any other plans for the summer? Like, besides Hustler?
Yeah, he can definitely have some sort of queen jack, queen 10, king queen, these sorts of holdings. Seth not going to continue betting after raising that turn. And we are going to check all the way through.
10.
And it's Jack 10.
Jack 10, wow.
6 and
It looks like a couple of Jack 10s. Okay. So both, I think it's Seth probably had Jack 10 there. Or maybe it's Nick. I don't know. We're going to find out. But I guess it is Nick. Nick and HCR chopping that one up with the Jack 10s. Both rivering a pair of 10s.
Patrick in the chat asking about the cards not being streamed. If you're just joining us, we had a little tech difficulty there for a few hands. It may be this hand right here where we get that corrected. So we will have the cards showing here shortly. Let's monitor this one as we're on hand number 27, and I'm being told that this is the hand where we kind of right that ship. So thanks for everybody who bared with us. There we go. The cards are reading again. So just in time for 3 coin to wake up with a couple of ladies.
race.
We gotta see those.
Absolutely.
Did you do that? Damn, Randy.
I can do more if you want me to.
I'm just trying to wake up with 1 lady. Randy's got 2.
I believe in you, man.
Yeah. I got a 4-legged lady I wake up to. She's all right.
Whoo, boy. Okay.
Raise. 800. Fold.
Here we go. Just as we get the cards read again, we are in for a battle. As we see the big slick coming in for a 3-bet to 800.
And yeah, of all the players at this table to sort of, yeah, slow play or not put an infinite amount of chips in, Randy is not that guy. 4-bet to 2,200 with Seth having about, yeah,
Raise all in.
I was going to say 4,400 behind, just not that much more.
Calls,
And we are going to do the classic race flippy
Alright, guys,
flippy,
You can show if you like.
and we're going to go 1 time.
Good luck.
Ooh, hearts. Oh, and the black ace.
Wow.
Wowzers.
You're welcome. Well played.
You too.
I mean, it is what it is. It was going to happen.
It's a flip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
an
like how you
incredible
played, sir.
flop, taking away 2 of the 6 outs for Seth. He did not need them as he found the black ace, Barry Greenstein on the river.
I didn't mean to make y'all feel small, but I was ready.
105 with queen.
And just like that, 3Coin, who was up a sizable chunk, winning that pot off of Z-Fish, is now
Yeah, that-
back in
It threw me off
Stuck
completely.
City,
It was the 5.
down
Cracks.
about 1,800 on the night.
Cracks the ladies and then gets his ladies cracked.
A little tit for tat. Seth here now taking over pole position for stack size. Excuse me, not stack size, but for overall winnings. Z-Fish here has added on
You and I have no
and
problem.
chipped up the most, so he does cover the field.
Why would you?
Hey, we gotta love our boy 3Coin. He's just dusted off, you know, almost 5K, and he's still laughing and having a good time. He's here to play. He's here to splash around.
50,
It's like Thanksgiving with Grandma, you know?
It was 3 hearts one time.
I'm sliding.
And Carlos is calling it Stanksgiving.
I want to buy something.
Has 3 coins wearing the stank hat and giving away some chips.
What is the biggest stack?
XP Gaming Pro. Why is Slick Rick down so much? What hand did that happen on? Yeah, he went for a big pre-flop squeeze, ace-4 off from the big blind or the small blind. Somewhere in the first 2 orbits, I think it was. So maybe hand number 15, 16, somewhere in there. And yeah, came 7-5-3 on the flop, so he had a double gutty. Went for the check raise all in, but his opponent had flopped middle set. Wasn't going anywhere and did hold on. Run it one time, and Slick went down to the felt for his first buy-in. Thank you guys for tuning in.
You look like Ryan Gosling a little bit.
Appreciate you guys asking questions in the chat as we go to an ace-high flop. Pair of queens for HCR are going to be best.
You don't need to look at anybody. You got your own thing.
And he's going to bet right around half pot. And Carlos with the bottomest of pairs and no back door is going to go ahead and peel one off. 10 of diamonds changes nothing.
Check.
HCR going to slow it down now with a check. Carlos happy to check it back and does not improve by the river. HCR really doesn't beat anything that could bet or raise him, or rather that could call him. So he is going to check, and we'll see if Carlos makes this large enough to get him to think this over. 475, so half pot. Pretty reasonable size here for a value bet. In position. And HCR here trying to figure it out. What could Carlos have? He called the flop. Checks back turn. And is now betting in position on the river. Jack of diamonds, a very relevant card here, of course, as the king jacks and the jack nines of the world are blocked. Both of which are hands that could float the flop. Check back turn, perhaps. Trying to sort of reel in an opponent, but usually Jack 9 or King Jack turning the stones, right? Like hitting your perfect gutter. You're going to try to build a pot. So, yeah, I like this call. Well played by HCR as he says, nah, brah. I got the Jack of diamonds, and I don't think you have an ace. He is correct.
Yeah, the price felt a little value-y, but it just wasn't enough to really get him off that hand, and makes a nice call there. Nice hand there for HCR.
Props to Carlos, too, for getting after it there, recognizing that a pair of eights is just not going to be good at showdown. But, yeah, when you have a situation like that where you think your hand is not any good, you really have to ask yourself, all right, what am I trying to get to fold? And what kind of a credible story can I sell, right? And it's pretty tough to sell that you've got a straight. And a flush, perhaps also kind of challenging, like what calls the flop. I guess you could have some sort of gut shots or something, a couple of diamond combos that maybe had a gut shot with the backdoor diamonds, but
wow,
there's not a lot of meat there, you know? So I think going for the small size, just representing some sort of two pair, does make some sense. So, yeah, credit to Carlos.
Well, credit to Carlos there. Here for Carlos, not going to be good. He got cute and just limped in here. Called, I'm sorry, the raise with ace-king suited. Slick Rick's going to flop bottom two pair here.
Pardon me. Yeah, not out of the woods yet. Of course, the bottom two pair always vulnerable.
Absolutely.
Across the remaining two streets. But yeah, Slick here going to make the call. This is a rainbow flop. No need to sort of blow up the pot immediately if you don't have to. The queen on the turn. Not the card that Slick Rick probably wanted to see. He was hoping for something more in the 9 to 5 region. Well, let's include 4s and 3s, of course. 9 to 3 region. Carlos here. Continuing to value bet his top pair, top kicker. As you mentioned, playing that one pretty tricky trappy. Just calling pre-flop, leaving himself about 3,200 behind.
And Slick Rick, before this hand started, had just added another 5K. So what a time to beef up your stack.
All in.
Yeah, Slick Rick gonna go all in. Quick call from Carlos. And you got to have a little bit of a, lump in your throat as Slick Rick until you see the ace-king turned over. We are running it twice. That one's good for Slick. And another one. He's going to get a little rebate on his initial buy-in. This time taking a chunk out of Carlos.
Yeah, he's got me covered, right?
And Slick Rick, yeah, covering Carlos to the tune of the 4,500 he had there, is going to take that one down. So just like that, Slick Rick, he's up $410. That's at least 2 trips to Taco Bell.
Yeah, it's definitely a kind of a results-oriented type situation there. Hindsight, always 20/20 there, but Carlos deciding there in late position, even not to raise it up with the big Slick, just flatting and getting taken down to the felt after hitting top pair. A dirty, dirty flop there. Flop top pair, and your opponent flops 2 pair.
I'm not gonna tilt. I just like to play a big straddle. I mean, don't even worry about it.
Venom here, he's not going to do anything tricky trap. He's just going to open straight up under the gun.
You do you, Randy,
2 kings.
Well put. Can you talk me out of that sometimes? I will listen to you when you're not in the hands with me.
I'll try to do Cashman's voice.
That won't work either. I'll do it spot on. You're not, so one night Ryan Green, I got into it, and I paid him on this game night before. We went to play the private game.
In Vegas?
No, here.
That is Speedy Seth over there in the pink. It must be pink shirt night because he and Slick Rick rocking the pink.
2 in the pink. We've got Slick Rick here. Going to go for the squeeze.
I can see that.
Makes it 800 to go.
Can I tell you who talked some sense into us? The kid from Chicago. That's so smart.
Deliver, Steven.
Steven.
Yeah.
He said, hey guys, we didn't come to hear y'all argue.
Back over to Benham. He's loving this. And here comes the 4-bet.
I loved him playing.
Here comes the boom.
That kid's so sharp.
Carlos, Nick, quick folds. They're out of there. Back over to Slick Rick, who's like, this sucks.
But right now, like, you know what, like, when we get a
He's going to posture a little bit, but it doesn't even matter if this was a min click. King Queen O is always a 3-bet fold.
it's real.
Right.
And Slick Rick will be
He's a pro.
putting those cards into the muck here
Tough game.
Did you see
before you know it.
I did.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hung out with him. I said
And if he
hung out.
doesn't, he's going to get a call from Jonathan Little
Yeah,
asking him, what are you doing, young man?
yeah.
Young Jedi.
I didn't know
Young
I'm going
Jedi.
looking, I figured it might be dead, but I'm glad
Yeah, it's a good hand combo to go for. You block ace king, ace queen, pocket king, pocket queen. So it is a good hand combination to go for the squeeze there. And the nice thing is that you're just, after a little bit of posturing, happy to just let that one go because you know that you're no good
For sure.
when you get 4-bet. So yeah,
You're out
just,
of position, just
I don't know who
bad
cashed
spot to be in, just let it go.
I got the spend some time with Danny Martin.
Yeah, it's, you know, when people are kind of new to the game or maybe just a little bit inexperienced when it comes to 3-betting and 4-betting,
Oh yeah, yeah.
it can be kind of tricky to look at a hand like that and be like, well,
I really like Danny.
why would you 3-bet that hand? Or why would you 3-bet it and then fold to a small raise? You know, like some of that nuance isn't quite understandable, right? It's tough to kind of
Not today. not
understand
today.
why a player would do that.
You raise me every
But it's really
hand, I'll
important
fold it.
to know sort of what your goal is with a certain hand and make things easy on yourself, right? When you 3-bet king queen there from out of position,
Nice, yeah.
it's just really easy to fold when someone re-raises you,
Yeah.
and that's part of the plan. You know, make it easy on yourself.
Oh, he's back already.
I didn't know.
Tonight. Yeah. I don't know if he's still here before we started. I saw him.
All right,
He would have come up and said hi.
another big hand. This time ace queen, and Slick Rick gets to do the initial opening from late position and secures the button. Much nicer situation than what he's been running up against earlier, as no one's going to take a stab at defending the win 90 bucks.
I'm playing my last roll. Okay. My last buy-in.
Yeah, Aaron, I heard you when I was driving up here, when I had it on in the car, and mentioned we are missing one of our favorite things to look at in the graphics, which was our kind of viewer counter that told us how many viewers we had across all of the streaming platforms, not just the YouTube, but for some reason that has gone away, and we'll just have to track via our phone how many we got watching just via the YouTube. This stream is available on Facebook and Twitch and the Kick app as well.
They see through your soul.
We've got 134 just on YouTube alone streaming or joining us for the stream tonight. So thanks everybody for joining us. This is TCH Live, Dallas, Texas.
Do you see that picture of the bullet?
The pleasure of being here with Aaron McAvoy on Tuesday nights.
I'm regretting that I called that.
You haven't seen the flop yet. 3 players.
Absolutely.
I'm still regretting it.
10 high flop rainbow. It's going to be 2 pair here.
Check.
3 coin. Carlos with an up and downer, but the 9 sort of a
Bad card.
funky card to peel off as it puts the 4-liner out there. He does just drill the best hand with the bottom end of the straight
I've
though
got a jack.
on that turn.
Thank God.
Players, all right.
Oh, there's one more player.
And Randy says, I have a jack with 2 other players behind him.
Then very genuinely says, I'm lying. It's poker, and he is indeed lying.
You guys can chop it up.
Johnny had to slap his hand a little bit. He's got a jack now.
No, I've got it.
Check. Let's see a winner. Straight.
Check, straight, chop.
Carlos, you're one of the best players I've ever met. What does that make me?
Did you just say about having fucking 3 hands again?
Yeah. I was in the bathroom.
Mr. fucking 3-4, 150.
There's poker, there's beauty, there's beautiful.
Oh, we got a salty Carlos.
He said, Mr. 3-4, 150 pre-flop. Well, Carlos, you could have made it 450.
Thank you, sir.
3-4 is out of there.
Yeah, that is the truth. Could have made
I
it
loved it at first.
450 and 3-4 probably wouldn't have been in there. That is a series of true statements.
Yeah, sometimes. it
But
can
if
get
but if 3-4 still calls, now he's Mr. 450.
And would have been a little bit more salty for him.
Would have been a little bit more salty, yeah. And we're here for that.
I know.
We're here for the trash talking between these players that have played hours against each other.
Yeah, it's another battle 50.
I'm
Yeah.
150.
Race 150.
I can't. It's called be criminal.
Call. 3 players.
Deuce in the chat saying howdy. Fish is going to lead out on this ace high flop. Carlos flopping the best of it. Ace-10. Spicy turn card, though, as Z-Fish now picks up some spade opportunities. Backdoor variety.
325 is that.
Yeah, bet size here, targeting a jack or a 9. Perhaps some sort of gut shot to Broadway here. It's going to get another quick call from Carlos, and a river, a pair of kings. This should generally make Z-Fish slow down as he now beats those sort of one pair holdings that aren't an ace. And unfortunately for him, Carlos has the ace, and fortunately for Carlos, he gets to drag a $1,400 pot.
Nice hand there.
We're still posting his stat, right? The 25.
Yeah.
Please.
Albert H. giving a shout out to his mom. And Austin here to support his buddy Seth. Speedy Seth, that is.
Yeah, right.
I got my composure back, kind of. Came back out, did my makeup.
As we were told just a few streams ago, Aaron, that Seth indeed is speedy, and I think ran a 4.240 was the claim that I'm calling bluff of, but evidently he was at one time as fast as a gazelle.
That's not a strategy.
No, this race is 75.
I already do that just after it's in the question.
We like him on the stream, and we love that his friends are here to join him and roast him a little bit.
200.
He's having a pretty good night so far.
Raise 5.
Wow, and
5.
here we are, guys. Big battle coming. 3-coin, 3-betting with the pocket kings. Slick Rick has the clean diaper, but Nick is 4-bet with pocket aces.
That's got some stank on it.
Yeah, this one's pretty nasty here, and I mean, obviously we're gonna do a run at once kind of a situation if we get all the money in free, and someone's gonna take some damage.
Either I'm the biggest wimp or a genius. I call.
Randy says, I'm either the biggest wimp or I'm a genius. I call.
Put in 75, yep.
So he's got a little spidey senses going here.
Heads up.
Yeah, gonna be tough to fold after you see 955 though, but yeah, is he gonna find a way to get away from these kings? Certainly not on the flop,
If I mentioned I
right?
only go once, I'm all in.
Oh wow.
All in.
Stuffs for infinite here, and Nick has not snap called this. I mean, certainly 3-coin can have some
I can't
pocket
beat
nines, maybe even pocket 5s,
Unless I
but
get quads.
I don't know about you. I'm never
can't
folding
currently
pocket
beat
aces to
Yeah.
3-coin.
Randy talking a lot here, saying I can beat quads unless you get quads.
Wow. Okay. He's actually putting Nick in a spot here, apparently.
What do you got down there? You got about 10, I think.
I think Nick here just wondering if this is about to be the biggest pot he's ever played and sort of preparing himself for the emotional damage that could ensue from him losing. I think once the cards are shown, everyone is going to be a little bit surprised, but this is a lot of money and it is a big jam. I mean, let's not forget that there was about 2K in the middle, a little bit less before this bet. That's 600 on the flop, and then we just go from 0 to 100.
Sorry, guys, give me a second. Seriously, take all the time you need. I'm not getting on.
3-coin here thinks that he's actually best, right?
He does.
And he's got to be hoping that Nick is over there with queens or jacks, and that's the reason for the tank.
Yeah, let us know in the chat here if you're ever folding aces to a 9-5-5 flop. This is a huge bet here.
And I mean, Nick is going to come back and rewatch this later, right? And like perhaps feel a little bit silly or whatever, right?
Player calls.
But yeah, it's a huge spot. It is a huge spot. But you know, now he's going to find out that he's just light years ahead, unless he gets cold decked on the river, which he does not.
What are we gonna do?
Yeah, it's the gravity of the amount of money there, as opposed to the hand, right? Like, I don't think Nick was ever really strongly considering folding the aces. It's just, wow, you shipped $10,000 in. This pot's going to be like 25K. I don't know exactly how to approach this right now. And it's understandable. It's totally understandable. Feels a little bit like a nit roll, but not everybody plays these stakes all the time, and Nick maybe just played the biggest pot of his life. Who knows?
Yeah, that was a huge pot. And anytime a player, you know, with Randy's demeanor, you know, who's just known sometimes to be kind of wild and doing some unorthodox things, and he's talking a lot, and just such a huge jam. Like, even with a hand as strong as aces, it's just gross. It's, like you said, I mean, it was such a big amount.
You should feel guilty for taking so long for 3 betting.
And made him pause. So his chips, his money, and he just took a little bit to think it through, and I think he just said, "I've just never folded here." Put in the call.
Don't blame me on this.
Yeah, and to a player who plays these stakes all the time, who plays with Randy all the time, right? You
Flicking that chip in, right?
Oh, you would have had your money in there before Randy did. I mean, you would have taken that spot,
beat him to the
and,
pot.
You know, fist pumped around the table before you saw his cards, knowing that you were just always, you know, smashing him. But yeah, to an outside observer or to someone who doesn't play these stakes all the time, whatever, right? That's a tricky spot.
I'm just like thinking like
HCR there with the kings flopping top set just absolutely annihilates it and does not get any more money.
I mean, he was right.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he called, right? I mean, I think everybody is sort of on the same page here. He wasn't ever in an actual like agonized position with the hand, like, you know, with the cards like in his fingers, like he's about to pitch it into the muck. It was, I think, from start to finish, just a oh my god, am I about to play this fucking 25K pot right now? Like, this is happening. Yeah, I think that was it.
I was almost hoping for a fold just because I know what was going to ensue in the comments in the poker world afterwards if he did make that fold. Our boy Nick might have gotten talked about like that poor girl that sang the national anthem at the All-Star game. Evidently that was pretty horrid, if y'all saw that. So yeah, when you got thousands of people that watch you, you know, play hands, and they're going to criticize every little thing you do, you know, it's just one of those things where it's just like sports. You're gonna make some mistakes here and there, and decisions that people don't agree with, and we have the ability to see the cards, so puts us in a little better spot.
Yeah, and exactly what you're saying. Like, let's give a little bit of grace to the players here. They are sort of signing up to have a bunch of people on the internet watch them and potentially criticize them for their play. So good on them for showing up, for putting themselves out there, and for providing us with this entertainment. And you know, also congrats to everybody who books a win. You know,
For sure.
Big congrats there to Nick for getting dealt aces when 3-coin has kings. I mean, what an incredible spot, right? Like,
yeah,
that's what you dream about, and he just got the spot. So take it home, put it in the bank.
Well, and everything was unorthodox too about that. 3-coin was already talking, you know, before the flop even, about I'm either the biggest genius ever or I'm an idiot, and just, you know, calls the 4-bet. It's just unorthodox, and puts players like, what the hell does he have here? That's not a normal play either from Pocket Kings there. Usually you just end up getting that sucker in pre and praying you hit a king against those aces.
Yeah, even with how deep they were pre-flop, I mean, you almost never see aces versus kings that deep. Just sort of only go 4 bets, right? Maybe the aces, if it's like they opened the button and or I guess it's like cutoff open button 3-bet, cutoff 4-bet, right? Like, okay, you just get to play in position with aces, and like your opponent's gonna have a bunch of raggedy stuff because how do they have anything? It's cutoff versus button, and you have 2 of the aces, right? Like, I don't know. You can think about doing some calling there, but you just almost always go 5 bets deep pre, if not all in. And yeah, I mean, it was just kind of weird that the SPR was so high going to that flop, and then Randy just stuffs it in anyways. So yeah, just everything about it was a little bit awkward, and yeah, definitely puts you in a spot where you kind of have to scratch your head. You're not at that game node very often. So thought it through, came to the right conclusion, got paid.
Heads up.
That works.
XP Gaming Pro says that he was probably thinking, okay, let's say he had ace-5 suited or something, flopped trips, and I call, I look like an idiot. I mean, maybe that was in his mind a little bit, like the possibility that he was actually behind, but I find that unlikely. Or the concern that he'd look like an idiot. Dude, you have aces.
Yeah.
On 9-5-5 rainbow. Like,
if he's got ace-5 suited there, God bless him, right? You know, just you're paying that off every time.
Yeah, or pocket 9s or pocket 5s, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just super cooler. And no, I don't think anyone's going to say you're an idiot. Oh, you should have folded, man. He 5x potted it, of course you fold. You know, like, whatever, dude. Send those people off.
That's right. And 3 Coin is going to take a little bit of a break here, we were told, so he's going to step out for a minute.
LD Coleman joining us in the chat, says, evening all, hope everyone is good. We are good. Speaking for myself and Mr. Eric Van Loozen, appreciate you coming in. Happy to have you as we are going to take another peek here. At our upcoming tournaments, we got the $200 buy-in 10K guarantee with 25K guaranteed to first place, running from July 25th through August 5th. The Texas Card House down at the Rio Grande Valley, calling that one the Valley Poker Open. So if you're in or around the area, come on down. You can get more information on the tournament and the structure at texascardhouse.com or on Poker Atlas.
Raise to 700.
Back to some more action, Aaron. Here we go with these big hands. Johnny dealing out some nastiness.
Got a very nice gal joining us in the chat, enjoying the commentary. Well, very good. Thank you for tuning in. Happy to have you.
I'm trying to be in mixed shoes right now. You know, how does it feel? How does it feel, you know, coming back to aces?
All right, HCR there trying to do the old cold call from the blind, and he is going to get squeezed. This is what happens very often, and this is what we were talking about earlier with the pocket 10s, right? Just folding. It's like, it feels bad, but what's worse is putting 250 in there and then having to fold, which is what the 9s have to do. So these sort of situations just happen, and sometimes you're sort of on the right end of it where you just dodge all of the damage, and other times you have to light a little bit on fire. Benham here is going to make the call. Jack's certainly too good to go folding to the 4-bet, and it's going to be a classic race. Jack's holding through the flop.
$37.50 in the pot. Giljack with 4.5K in his stack. Just with ace high here.
650.
Goes with a very small down bet here. This is 1/6 pot. Now, given the stacked pot ratio, it does make some sense as when he gets called here,
All in.
he's going to have a very sort of reasonable jam size for some turns. So if he has just like aces or kings, right, like he's not worried about his opponent floating him with a hand that's very dangerous. So just getting that one extra bet is actually quite advantageous for him. Of course, when Benham rips it in over the top of jacks there, it's an easy fold. But yeah, tough spots here for Giljack. He is down over a buy-in, but not quite suffering as much as 3 coin.
Oh, am I the? Oh no, no.
Benham there up 4,200 after taking that one down.
50. 50 straddle.
Yeah, Benham picking up on that bet sizing was like, you know what, that's a small bet. He put in his head, he said that no ace, no king. He was ripping it. Put his opponent on that range and was correct. So nice hand there for him and good start tonight for Benham.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a small size so much because I do think the aces and kings are going to play that for that size. It's more just ranges, right? When he calls the 4-bet, jacks are going to be one of his better hands. So, yeah, certainly the ace, no king factors in there, but yeah, it's just, I mean, jacks are just one of the best hands he's ever going to have. If he doesn't go for value with that, then sort of what is he doing with his other hands, you know? So, I don't know. All those spots are kind of tricky, but it is always nice to see a big bloated pot and you get the 5-4-5 flop and you're just like, yeah, we're all in with jacks, and he folds. Like, yes, you know, you're happy about that.
Heck yeah.
Z-Fish here with a whole bunch of 8s, but no one can continue because they don't have anything.
ABC, ABC.
I'll take that one down. Very nice little pot, though. All right, hand number 42, a very special number. Coming in hot, Z-Fish on 44% RFI. Nick here sort of holding things down on the bottom end. Low RFI, relatively low VPIP, and leading the way with the most winning. How does it go? Tight is right.
75 is the raise.
Tight is right.
I mean, I say that based on the numbers, but if anybody tuned in and was watching the first orbit and the hands that were being played by Nick and his table mates, he's not a type.
100 is about.
So I kid, of course. All right, pair of 9s here, good enough for Carlos. I'll take that one down. A very nice gal with 0 TCH Live loyalty points. You will accrue more of those as you continue to participate in the chat. And once you get up to 10, you can gamble if you would like.
Oh, so you're after Slick.
Haven't seen a ton of gambling here in the chat. Looks like a lot of our sort of regular gambling folk are taking the night off.
Well, we
Yeah, taking the night off, maybe. Haven't seen some of our regs in here. Miss Raina and Phony Turgeson, Jedi. Where you guys and gals at tonight?
Bottom pair here for the Z-Fish, no backdoors. And Carlos with effective 3rd pair and a spade backdoor, straight backdoor is going to go ahead and check. And Z-Fish going to be the recipient of a turned trip 5s. This pot is incorrect, shows it to be about 1 full decimal larger than it is. But it is going to be a call from the 9s nonetheless, with somewhere around like 700 in the middle right now.
Just a wee bit more.
Z-Fish here, gonna go for the full pot size here, trying to charge a queen the maximum. Carlos, fortunate to not have a queen, is going to be able to lay down the 9s.
Straddle 50%. Raise 150.
I haven't done a gamble in a little while. Let's see if I can spin up some points here.
Spin her up. Z-Fish gonna raise on the button with a suited acey-deucey. Speedy Seth, though, coming in. He's gonna 3-bet him with the ace-4 off.
Oh, LV Coleman stole my roll. How is that possible? Oh, man.
Z-Fish gonna make the call. Here we go. A couple of small aces here. And we get a king-high flop.
Nice roll there, LV. I kid, of course. Picking up those sweet, sweet TCH Live loyalty points. I roll single digits and torch my 500. Bet of 425 here is Z-Fish. Just gonna have to let this go. Ace deuce, not the best bluffing qualities. Maybe if there was a 3, 4, or 5 out there, he can think about it, but just lets it go. Seth will drag another one. And to the piles.
There we go. Mr. 3-Coin is back in the seat 2 there, just in time.
Yeah, you just grabbed it.
We'll have the knit button going again this hand, and he's going to come back in for a fresh 10K.
It goes here.
No, that was a setup, right? There's nothing you can do about it. Whatever you would have done, that had around.
You know what? If you don't play those hands, quit playing. Go get your car and start playing checkers.
If you would have folded,
Start playing checkers.
No,
it's time to retire. You know?
no.
If you fold that hand,
If you don't have the constitution to handle that,
Nick game's on.
go play
Putt-putt now.
Yeah.
A couple of really nice new putt-putt courses in the DFW area.
Now, saying all that,
So if you're running bad and you're scared to play kings, Randy says go play putt-putt.
That doesn't mean a damn thing, but he's pissed. Look at him.
50 to call.
3-course forward.
Wow. Folds
Third
ace
person
deuce
again
suited?
tonight.
Is Randy
Hey,
okay?
look, see if I have any change I can get. I think I'm just 5,000.
450.
That's 2,000. Yeah, just 2,000.
Act on your head first and then we'll
I'm so sorry, you're in the hand.
Randy
Also, too,
is
before you
such a
leave here, I want you
character.
to take this.
He absolutely is.
Right now, I'm not wearing it again. Stank's supposed to mean good. Maybe not for me.
And Randy's getting rid of the hat. He's going to try to curse the man that beat him with aces versus kings. He says, here, take the stank hat. It's not working for me.
The stank.
You're welcome.
And he's going to go grab himself another piece of merch because you know that man has
And I
like
agree with Matt,
5
you
more
are.
hats. And there's one of them.
Let's play some poker.
Jack is gonna fuck you up.
Right now, I got a camera on that hat.
350.
Did you hear him? He said, I got a camera on that hat.
Hey, listen. I think like a young
That would be some next level shit.
I mean, that might get a few viral things going with our stream.
Check, check.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Real quick.
Fives and jacks.
Venom here gets to show down the pocket fives and drag that pot.
I'll do water now.
Yeah, that hat was definitely unlucky. Here, you wear it instead. But it looks like it was not destined for Nick's head, but perhaps his backpack. I mean, who's turning down free merch, even if it's cursed, right? I mean,
I'm
right?
not running good. I'm going to just hold cat at the moment.
It is your action 50 to call.
Yeah, I was the beneficiary of a couple of cool items from him and gave some of it away. Got a cool 3-coin shirt, and I need to go check out the 3-coin shop that's now open in Dallas. If you guys aren't following 3-coin there on the socials, I'm sure you can find some more info. I'll find maybe the website here in a little bit, but he does have a store that's now open in the Dallas area, and they do some cool things there. He had a DJ there on a little soft opening the other day, and had a couple poker people and local celebrities of the DFW area walk in and check it out. So good to see 3-coin and the brand blowing up a little bit.
Very cool. All right. Queen high board here. Z-Fish and Giljack playing the same rank. Giljack is pre-rolling a little bit with the ace-9 of diamonds, and he'll show it down. Bag the pot. Release the knit button as
I
we
think so.
are
I've never
now
been, so I'm
on
not sure.
7 players. Just the knit button remaining. We do a little bit of inventory here. 3 coin stuck the most, down 13K. Carlos and Giljack down a little over a buy-in, and Nick leading the way up 3 buy-ins. Seth and Venom up about 1 themselves. HCR, Slick Rick, hanging around their starting points.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah.
Got to raise to 150.
And Carlos here, back to the table just in time to peel. 5-4 up.
This is not a friendly game.
Oh, thank you.
3 coin here, probably not folding any 2 cards for $100 most of the time, but after getting walloped for 3 buy-ins,
I'm getting
maybe
better. I used to play
maybe man.
Yeah. Me too.
I know.
Or maybe it's a gear shift with the hat. You know what I'm saying? Like he got rid of the stank hat, and that was his launch hat, and now he's going into conservative mode hat.
Pure style mode, yeah, conservative mode, Panama Jack, or what have you. Either way, always looking cool when he comes on our live stream here.
Giljack is down at roughly the Lottie line. 16% VPIP for that man.
Ruh-roh.
And
little needle to the Lottie, huh?
he may have to relinquish the anti-knit campaign hoodie. I don't know. I mean, just saying.
Maybe it's the anti-knit game campaign that he's really.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
He's like, don't shame us, knits.
Don't
you can't shame us.
I am the notorious, is what he's saying.
Good one.
The notorious NIT. All right. Great job there, Mr. Johnny Rodriguez. Shout out to one of my faves, and he's somebody that joins the chat, rewatches the stream at least, so likes to give me a little feedback and tell me how good or bad Aaron and I are doing, and RJ. So shout out to our great dealers that come on and do some great work here. We've got some of the best dealers in the country here at Texas Card House, Dallas, Las Colinas, of course, Austin, Spring, Houston, and the Rio Grande Valley location. Shout out to all our other streams in the state of Texas. TCH brand has been taken off, and just glad to be a part of the fam. And we've got the beautiful Miss Brittany now, going to be in the box for the next hour plus.
How much do you want?
And we'll run like a straight flush.
So we're going to do a $100 flip here, PLO flip.
Well, best time one.
Right, that's it. That we have down.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you.
Oh, okay. That's a good start.
Itty bitty and shitty, please. Jack. Whoa.
Maybe an absolute.
But look.
We got 10s full, I see.
Oh, I got
You got me. You
I got
got
it
me.
straight.
Oh, so you got a book.
Oh,
Oh, shoot.
I
Oh.
have nothing.
Aces full? Somebody's got
Oh,
aces?
wow.
Oh, this is the nastiness of PLO. I saw, somebody had a jack, so for 3 jacks on the flop, somebody turns a full house, 10's full, and bingo, bango, on the river, aces full, takes down that big flip, and Brittany starting herself off with a nice green chip tip. That a girl.
Yeah.
You know Nick, my friend.
Nick, yeah. Hunted.
He flipped at 8. I flipped at 9.
And here we are, hand number 50. Just an hour and 44 minutes into our Tuesday night stream here at TCH Dallas. As you can see by the lovely skyline on our beautiful table there.
Such a great gambler. He makes me laugh. He doesn't get mad either. He's just, okay.
Yeah, he's just playing. That's what I like.
Oh, he's smart too. That kid, I was so impressed with his knowledge and his maturity.
Yeah.
He's a good human too.
Yeah.
The beautiful Jack 10 suited here for Slick Rick.
100%. Or not.
Yeah,
Bump
that's
this
true.
up 250 to go. Yeah, confirmed gear shift here for 3 coin.
You got a button?
Wow, Carlos in there with the 9 Dewey. Oh.
You should have told me.
Tight range.
And can you imagine a flop better than that?
You just
Jack
can't.
10 of diamonds.
You just really can't. That's what you hope for when you see those pretty starting hands.
Nobody really has that much Z-fish here. Pair of 8s and a gut shot backdoor hearts, probably the most compelling hand to peel one off. This is a half pot size bet though from Slick Rick into 3 opponents, so pretty chunky size. The 9s go by the wayside, and Z-fish here. Oh wow, thank God Carlos, for his sake, did not see that turn. He's kicking himself right now for folding the 9 deuce, but yeah, he would have been in a world of hurt needing to hit a 4-outer, but as it stands, Z-fish checking and facing a bet of 2,000 full pot. Z-fish will let it go.
Okay, just because this is funny.
Oh.
Slick says, just because it's this good, I'm going to show it.
I was trying to recognize.
Z-fish,
like that?
I was trying to rep that hand, damn it.
And just like that, Carlos goes from, oh my God, how did I fold, to, oh my God, thank God I folded.
Thank the good Lord I folded. So got a little info on Giljack. He does have some socials and posts quite a bit of poker content. He's got 54,000 followers on his Instagram. So check out Giljack Poker. That's G-I-L Jack Poker on Instagram. It says on the hunt for a WSOP ring. So poker is definitely life for Mr. Giljack there in the 9 seat. Glad to have him on, and going to give him a follow here and keep tabs on his quest for a WSOP ring. Those are not easy to come by, I hear.
Too many hands. I don't believe you.
Yeah, bracelet's a little harder to come by, but rings also.
Wise man.
Nice.
I wish I didn't play so mean.
You?
Yes.
Top pair, no kicker here for Carlos, as he is really opening up the range. Of course, playing from the straddle does make some sense to get in there with these disconnected hands, but he's just going to lead straight into Giljack, and Giljack going to make the call. He's like, you don't really get to do this. But Carlos do things that other players don't. And he does have a knit button, so some extra incentive to win the hand that may actually factor into Giljack sort of continuing to put money in the pot from way behind. We shall see. He's already won his hand, so he won't be guilty of paying the knit tax twice. But this does just look awkward. It's like, do you just have like king 10, 9, 10, right? Like these hands do make some sense. When you're missing a front door flush draw, though, I do think holding on with the pocket 5s across multiple streets is starting to get a little bit questionable. The kind of players that just lead are oftentimes doing it with something. And if they don't have a flush draw to do it with, then it's probably a pair. You'll be. As it stands, bet up 1,000 here, 2/3 on the river after barreling flop and turn. Does Giljack find the hero call with the 5s? He does. And he's like, yeah, you win with top pair, no kicker. Except for the jack.
Maybe he did have 9 deuce against me.
I'm going to have to bust Slick Rick's balls a little bit. I just caught him pulling those glasses down so he could read the board. I'm on to you, Slick Rick. You good-looking son of a gun.
2 buttons on the table.
Those may be those stylish glasses, not prescription. We're going to find out, though.
It's really funny. So, you know, I've spent quite a lot of time in physics laboratories, and you tend to wear glasses similar to those. Very clear, right? Like you're just trying to let a lot of light through, but it's, you know, for eye protection, not for vision enhancement. So when I see him wearing those, I'm like, looks like he's got eye pro on.
Eye pro, yeah. He's a cool cat, though. He'll appreciate the needle. There we
Carlos
go.
just calling. Ace queen and oh, good board.
Just gross.
Nick gonna do the leading this time. We are seeing some unorthodox plays. 275 is the wager. Looking to drill a 5 is Nick. Top 2 pair for HCR, and he is going to basically click this up. What is that, 700?
Yeah, and you're Carlos, and you're going, what is going on here?
Yeah, I think mandatory call. Maybe he had some ideas of like raising or something at some point, but yeah, once you see the bet and the raise in front of you, I think ace queen is solidly in just call territory. Nick gonna stick around. He's like, can I get a 5 one time? And no, it's a queen for Carlos.
Wow.
Jesus.
What a card. Carlos getting a little bailout there on the turn.
Oh, and he's reaching straight for chips. Just make your hand and fire it in there. He is very likely to get all of HCR's chips in there. As what does the queen do? But it's also very strange for him to lead into 2 opponents after bet raise flop. It's also weird.
Yep. Should be sending off some alarm bells for HCR a little bit. His hand is so strong that he's likely going to put in a call here, but just does not feel good about it.
Yeah, this would be a pretty epic fold, just to be like, there's just no arrangement of hands that you can have at a high enough frequency that this makes any sense, aside from just pure value. But yeah, how do you fold flop to top 2? It doesn't make, that doesn't make sense either, right? But if he calls here, I mean, the pot is going to be up at 6K. He's going to have less than 3,000 remaining. I mean, he's committing his whole stack here if he decides to see a river. And no miracle jack on the end. King 10 was already there. And there's the stuff from Carlos.
Full exhale by HCR.
Yeah, I mean, I say that you're committing your whole stack when you call, and it's because, you know, stack to pot ratio at this point is so small that, like, you only have to be right, like, 1 in 4 times to be profitable. But the truth is that if you're never right, or if you're never good 1 in 10 times, then you can actually still fold. The question is, does Carlos ever do this with an inferior hand? Queen Jack. Queen Jack of spades. No, yeah, Queen Jack of spades is like a hand that he can have.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He made the call on that turn, maybe putting him on that inferior 2 pair the way, you know, Carlos plays pre-flop. Just not wanting to give him credit for an ace-queen type of hand. Yeah, he said, we either have the same hand or I'm beat, is what he says.
Yeah, HCR here, he's got the right read on it. But he's got a chip in his hand. He looks ready to pay this off. And who could blame him?
Yeah, it would have been a $700 call on that flop with a gutter ball if Carlos did have the king 10. He says, I got a call.
Knew it. Good hand call.
Yeah, really bad turn card there. for Mr. HCR and a fantastic one for Carlos, as he is going to chip up to nearly 16K, and that is going to go a long ways towards not only getting him out of the hole, I think that's going to fully get him unstuck as well.
Yeah, nice hand there.
Sure enough, up 1,800 now.
There you go.
Carlos. And HCR, who had been off to a pretty decent start, working his way up, you know, right around a buy-in, not up too much or down too much. It's not going to be down a buy-in, but still only second, or the third largest loser, I should say.
A lot of coolers today. Huh? A lot of coolers.
Yeah, we now have 3 stacks over 15K. Of course, Nick approaching 25K in his stack, so definitely the abilities for some pretty saucy pots here as these stacks are continuing to grow. 53 hands into our Tuesday night stream. 3 coin is on hat number 3 for the evening.
What do you feel like some ketamine at the table?
Offering up ketamine at the table.
Just a small dose.
I think all we have to do is kiss you this time.
So sad but true.
Just a little bit of saliva and we'll be on a high.
I see what my partner did over here.
I'm sorry, you're
All right, so a limp from 3 coin, raise up from Venom, and 3 coin here.
You know, anybody else, I just jam it. I'm just
Just going to call. A little bit more talk and a pat on the back here for his neighbor.
Hello.
And wow, bottom set for 3 coin.
Hearts. That is a 5K chip. Oh my God. He literally just bet 5K into a $500 pot, Aaron.
That is unusual, I would say. And Venom here, he actually has like the one hand. Yeah, he has like the one hand that
he
is just
folds?
like, I guess I fold.
I love you.
What?
Wow. You know what? I gave him one hat, he never takes it off, and I mean that.
Wow.
If he tells me, I'm laughing to the bank.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. The 10x donk lead. Fold, nut, flush draw, and 2 overs to the board. Like, what are we watching? This is incredible stuff.
Obviously.
For sure.
I can go.
Of course, Randy says if he calls me, I'm laughing to the bank. But, you know, he was pretty live there with those hearts.
Yeah, definitely live.
Yeah, Benham's like, you know, I'm going to lose just a couple $100 if I fold here, or potentially lose 10K.
Yeah, that's one of those spots where you're just like, you know, we're pure gambling or
wow. That was wild.
Yeah, I thought he was going to put the yellow out there and announce something like 700. No, just puts it down on the felt. 5K. All right, 3 coin here won a big one with 7s against queens earlier. And it looks like he is going to I thought he was raising?
He did, yeah. He raised to 300. Put a red chip out there, and the red chips are only for the blinds in this game now. So he gave that one to Brittany.
Yeah, my bad. I should just shut up.
Slick Rick didn't want to get crazy with the 6-9 of clubs.
Yeah.
And wow, 6-9 ace.
I'm not a pro, but you think. I haven't seen you. No, you made the right bet. That was good. Definitely.
Middle pair here for HCR is the best hand.
Well, other than that, not to admit, you don't like
It's all right. I just enjoy your company.
A little bit curious that he's leading here, right? Because 3 coin 3 bet him? But it was like a min click 3 bet, right?
Oh, wow.
It was stupid. I wasn't beating anything. I just put you
Now
on
Slick
the
Rick
next one.
happy that he got out of there with 6-9. His HCR is now
Never
improved
beat you
to
on a
2 pair.
3-4. Not with the pre-flop 150. I know there was
Yeah,
some-
and where he was originally like sort of hoping that 3-coin didn't have an ace, now he's like, oh, please have an ace.
My fault, I should've-
He does not. And
Ace had
folds,
me
and
at a
HCR
It's fair,
will
let's
relinquish
just
his nit button.
thank.
And if we look at the nit button game, I think we're down to just a couple of players here. It's getting down to the wire. For a player that's not even playing hands, is away from the table, Nick and Seth.
Well, yeah, let's watch
does
this.
Does Benham actually have his still? Or no, I thought he was the first one to get rid of it.
I think he was. Yeah, I don't see it over there. So looks like Seth, Speedy Seth, looking for a speedy hand to be dealt out before Nick gets back. Maybe he can take this down.
I mean, when you're up 15K plus, I guess you can afford to just like walk away and be like, oh, did I lose the nit game? Sorry, guys. Don't
Here's
worry.
800.
I got it. But,
Here's 800 bucks.
yeah, I still think I'm trying to see every hand if I'm in the nit game.
Yeah.
Just saying.
For sure. No, you're not wrong.
You're
really wrong.
Yeah.
You got to go all in on the 3-4. You gonna just take the 1300 and
Yeah.
Carlos still needling Slick Rick about the 3-4 hand. I love it. I also love the soccer jersey and sport coat
You
look.
get a little deal fatigue when you're trying to get things closed across the end, like I'm sure you went through on the sell side.
Wow. Seth there for a single bet and an opportunity to potentially lose his nit button. Doesn't stick around. I think it's almost worthy of any two cards there, but probably best that he didn't because, oh, excuse me, I thought it was queen 10. It's queen 7 versus ace 10. Never mind. Neither player with pair or straight. That hat that Randy's wearing looks like it has done a fair bit of ketamine, as it's very off kilter, but 3-coin goes from having the best hand with ace high to no longer. As Giljack gonna make 9 high straight. And not gonna get a bet out of 3-coin though. So Giljack gonna take this one down.
How do you spot those
Small
out?
pot.
Yeah, could you tell me when I'm in a hand?
You know what? Law of averages is I'm a loser, so I got to fold some hands. So, well played, bud.
When you fold.
Y'all, my friend Nick, I was telling you about, we were at Hustler. He took like 20 minutes, not 20 minutes, a long time to make a decision. He was playing against
With ace jack hand,
with
that hand.
sashimi.
Sashimi, yeah.
And everybody at the table thought, you know what I love about Nick? He's not figured out how to fold. He's figured out how to stay in the hand. And he called her, he won it. And they go, why did you take so long? I go, man, you don't know him. He was thinking about what watch he was going to buy. I want that pot. But when I take that long, I'm usually going to fold Nick's the opposite. That's why I love this game and learn so much from so many different style of players.
Rick did the same thing with me on my hand. Just thinking about what watch he's gonna buy. Feel like that fossil stuff.
Carlos still needling, telling Rick he's going to be able to afford a fossil watch with that handy
Oh,
one.
yeah, yeah.
Doesn't it?
It keeps evolving.
It does. I love that part of it.
Yeah,
And for about the last 45 days, I've got a card. If it's in my hand, I've been winning more times than not, no matter what the other one is. And I play into it.
Looks
so
like
it
Slick
beats-
Rick here is
it's yet to beat me.
contemplating a squeeze
It's not a
with
great
King
card,
Dewey.
but I just know
He
when I
is
have
going
this.
to go for it.
I know the feeling.
Isn't that funny though?
Yeah.
And I'm so scared when I have pocket aces. That's why I love it.
Attacking the 6X button open. It definitely does look
I'm
weak
folding my aces.
as you're on the button, and why do you need to 6X it against a limp from 3-coin? Probably want to play against 3-coin, so you don't want to price him out, but as it stands, Slick Rick's read is correct. He'll get to take this one down. And it didn't hurt that the player opening the button to 6X had a nit button, so nice spot there from Slick Rick.
King baby before Pro Mart, and I'm mixing it up in the store.
Here's our player stacks again. 3-coin still down about 14K. Giljack down 7K, Z-Fish, and HCR also in the red. Nick's still our big winner so far, up 14K in just 2 hours of play. It's a pretty nice night there, Aaron. Be up 14K in 2 hours.
That's a decent hourly.
Yeah, that'll help improve that hourly just a wee bit.
Thank you for helping me.
I definitely feel like my eyes better when I do it. Could be placebo.
All right, Nick gonna try to limp in here from the cutoff, and yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, you have a nit button. It's obvious that you want to win a hand. You limp in. I mean, you can get cute and do some stuff like this with aces and kings and queens, ace, king, right, and then go for the limp back raise because you just look really weak when you do this, but you're also just kind of lighting $50 on fire a lot of times when you get raised because your hand just can't really continue. But it is going to be a heads-up match between Nick and Seth, and whoever wins the hand is not going to have to pay out the nit tax. So there is a phantom $800 in the middle here.
Nit on nit crime.
Exactly, that's what I did. When I
Half pot from Seth in position, and Nick here with absolutely nothing is like, I don't even care. Like,
he says I had you.
He's got 4 high. You had 8 high. You were never gonna play.
Too soon.
All right.
Nice
Nick
hand
loses
there.
the Nick game. He's got to pay 2 $400 splash pods.
No. We're doing splash pods.
Brittany gets caught up on the action.
So 4 now and 4 out.
Yeah, it's going to be a 400, and then the next hand also another $400 splash.
Everyone wanted you to lose.
Absolutely.
All right, so we'll need our production staff to say in the software that Benham won a hand so that Nick is the official loser of the standing game.
Man, what's your range? Are you heading back? Keep looking.
But yeah, it doesn't feel so bad when you pay out the net game and you're up 14K. So now you're down. Now you're up like 13.5. So
I've been out town so much.
Just poked my head out of the studio for a second. We've got our $300 buy-in, 10K guarantee black chip bounty tournament going on that goes on every Tuesday night here. Still 15 minutes to get in that bad boy. They have 73 entrants so far.
Not my time. That's me.
If you like those bounty tournaments, that's a fun one that goes every Tuesday night here in Dallas.
You were over on a weekend,
And we got a full room of cash games going on as well on a Tuesday night.
You want to run like a game like we used to? Because those games are not running.
Slick Rick with a button squeeze takes that one down for the low price of $500.
They're all trying to get into the 510.
Aaron, we're almost to the August mark now. How we doing on that Austin location down there?
But I do want
From what I understand, it should be open in just about 35 years. So it's any decade.
Aaron did not say 35 hours. He actually said 35 years. So look for the new TCH Austin location to be open. Do the quick math here. 2059.
Yeah, good math. Good math. No, I'm jesting, of course. Currently in the hands of bureaucrats at the City Hall, giving permits out and such for various things like breathing oxygen and drinking water.
Whatever else they can tax.
Permits, yeah, whenever those permits are acquired, the new room will be opening. TCH Social here in Austin, brand new location opening up as soon as possible.
I haven't been there.
And I'm very much looking forward to it. I've heard good things about the ambiance inside, the food that they're cooking up, the beverages that they are serving. So very much looking forward to it. Can't wait. As yeah, hopefully we'll know in the next week. From what I understand, we'll know in the next week when the opening date will be, because there's sort of like a, and thou shalt been granted a permit, and then you get to.
Well, you just let us know when y'all acquire those permits, all right?
Okay, all right. We'll do.
they've done been acquired.
All right, we got 3 coin here with an ace 9-0, outflopping the pocket queens of Benham. Benham here betting 400 into 19, so about 1/5 pot. 3 coin here with what should be a pretty standard check call.
This kind of hand, 400 is cheap to see another call.
And he does opt for that with a little bit of talking involved. 2,700 in the middle. It's another check from 3 coin, and Benham now. Pretty standard check back. Yeah, he does go for it. You could also do another small bet with the intention of just like folding to any raises, but just kind of trying to maintain the betting lead through the river, whatever. Who knows? These are weird spots when you have queens on ace-high boards. And after Benham checks back, I almost would have liked to see 3 coin go for a block bet there, bet 500, maybe 550, but he does not, and we'll go check check.
Out of me, have you noticed?
It's coming back.
Oh, it's still there.
He said, you knocked a little bit of the talkative out of me, guys. We don't think there's anything that can knock the talkative out of you, Mr. Randy. And we're here for it. Love the personality.
Yeah, I hope.
Hey Nick, you want to change that?
All right, Speedy gonna make it 150 to go here. Heel jack, couple of deuces. Along with a call. As will HCR on the button.
I would say, look, let's see, a 5. Okay, thank you.
Some interesting accounting happening over in the small blind for 3 coin. I suppose he just wanted a few more red chips. And he does announce call. Neighbors will fold out, aside from Carlos, and we're going to go 5 ways to a flop.
Sorry.
Yeah, what a flop it is for Seth. HCR on a straight draw, 3 coin on a flush draw. So a little bit of something there for the opponents, but Seth with a hammer lock on this right now. Top trips, top kicker.
1 second.
We're going to hat number 4 as the action is now back on 3 coin.
800.
And he's going to basically click this into 2 opponents. This is a rather odd play. So it reopens the betting with a 6-high flush draw. You kind of either want to go bigger or just call most of the time. And Seth now in a little bit of an awkward spot, almost with just an opportunity to repop it here, but he is just going to call.
But I like it. Get a Christian song.
And HCR, he's going to make the call too. So 3 players still in there, pot swelling. And we get the 3 of hearts on the turn.
I mean, I play low hands, so that I'm not mad at that.
Nick.
It's a setup check.
I wish it was me.
Let's fuck it. 9.
All these players quite deep. Stack to pot ratio at about 3. Ace Jack, very strong here. And
2,200.
I'd like to see something like 2K, and sure enough, he's going to grab full stack of black and a couple extras to make it 2,200.
It's only 6. It's only 6.
10-8 has already found the muck, and the 6-4 should be close behind. This would be an ultra YOLO if 3 coin were to do anything.
I can make a value play here, and I think it's worth it. I got to think about one more second, please.
It's almost like you can read his mind.
Give this one a little more thought, a little twist of the beard.
Yeah, see if he can find some wisdom in that thing for how to proceed with 6 high.
I fold, but I want to see the river.
Wants to see a little rabbit.
I need
I think he said he doesn't want to see the river.
What would you have?
10-8.
Nice play, son. I knew you weren't going for a flush.
No.
It was, I run it so good, I nearly went with it.
You have a big draw?
I just need that diamond. And I knew you weren't flushing, I didn't think. You bet the right amount. 1,000, I'm calling.
Yeah, I'm gonna charge you.
I know, yeah. The service charge is going to cost me a little bit. Nice hand, sir.
That's it.
More spice from the Slick Rick as he puts on the iPro. He's 5-0.
Gets a bird from Carlos. Love it. These two continuing to go at it a little bit. Told him he's number 1.
Jack 4 with a blocker. Let's it go. Ace high here for Slick Rick. Top pair no kicker. The Z Fish top pair 10 kicker. Didn't see him sneak in there from the big blind. We're going to check through to the 9 of spades. Front door spades coming in. Checks over to Slick Rick once again, and he will check back. And the deuce of clubs will complete the board. Time for Z-Fish to try to get one street of value, and I suspect Slick Rick will be doing nothing other than paying this off.
Kicker's good.
Lucas Vance in the chat says, "What up, TCH?"
What's going on, brother?
Wow, the curse is broken,
What's up, man?
guys.
Welcome in.
Slick Rick lost the hand.
Albert H went all in, rolled a 32. Maybe that's my cue to gamble and get some TCH Live loyalty points back.
Get in there and gamble.
The winds have changed.
Quick reminder to everybody, if you enjoy these live streams on Tuesday night, we'll put up Mallory's information again real quick while Brittany's dealing out these hands. This is who you contact if you want to get on our Tuesday night stream here in Dallas. Scan that QR code. Shout out to Miss Mallory. Puts together these lineups week in and week out. Keeps these tables full. We always have an alternate list as well.
He finished puberty.
Oh, Brick City. Damn.
He is the coolest autistic of the trick
A
I've ever
9 and
met.
then a
He's
16.
autistic. He's just brilliant.
Not
and
great.
Yeah, I love that kid.
All right, Gill Jack here, 10-8 suited. Raises up from the low jack.
I would have never met Chris.
Coin putting in the 3-bet here with the 10-9 suited. Love it.
We just didn't have a reason. He's one of my favorite
And
people
it's
in the world.
250 to call. Pot going to go up to 900. So getting a reasonable price, and has a hand that is either going to connect well or sort of brick out a lot of the time. This is sort of one of the worst flops that you can get in terms of like, oh God, how do I proceed? It is one of the good flops for him as he has a pair.
You know,
And
7-7
his opponent
deuce
does
game,
not.
we should play the Hawk 2 game.
But now double gutted
Ooh.
on the turn, and 3 coin not betting. He flops, or excuse me, he flops open-ended.
Either that
Not
or
even
Jack.
double
I'm
gutted.
sorry, I got in front of you guys. I
I'm down to
apologize.
play
I
queen
didn't
deuce.
do that. Any other reason I wouldn't do it?
Oh, is that what you played last?
Flop open-ended, check, check, flop, and turn. Shows it down, and Giljack's probably wondering, how on earth did you not put some chips in that pot?
Absolutely. Yep. 3 coin giving out a little bit of more free information on that flop, saying I like to see a
That last
free
card
card with
doesn't
this
count.
hand. Didn't connect. And the anti-nit campaign, Mr. Giljack over there takes down a nice pot.
I don't think so, no.
I know you look familiar. I like how you play.
Thank you.
I wish I had more of your game in me. But I can't get there.
It no likely or likey.
No likey.
That is correct.
It no likey McAvoy.
The game will game, no likely.
We know what you meant.
He's a content creator.
Don't seem like more
No,
first
it
48
it
or-
don't treat me good. But we'll take another swing at it later.
Yeah, Tricky, we can turn it up a tad.
They're talking about that.
We also like to run our mouths over here, Tricky,
Yeah.
so sometimes we talk over them. Do apologize for that, but
I do mostly on Instagram. YouTube and Instagram. It's called Giljack Poker.
raise, 3-bet, and full 4-bet here. Hijack cutoff button. And Carlos in the small blind with 9s. We're going to see another weak fold. This time makes just as much sense as any of the others. Blinds are out of there, and it's 3 coins, hand in the cookie jar. Let's go. See fish with an easy win.
Fish, you did it to us, didn't you?
I was hoping Carlos would show up,
Do you tell him you're my best friend?
I say I don't know who that is.
I'm touching my pocket.
But trust me, you want him at your game.
Giljack still holding down the bottom end of the V-pips, down 7% on his nearest neighbor. Still below 20%.
So he's a phony. He fakes
Yeah,
all the
that's
time.
it's not making a good case for the no-nit campaign, but you know, it's also pretty clear that this man knows how to play poker. He's here to have a profitable time, and he ain't trying to get in there with the rags that he has mostly been dealt.
For sure.
OFC says, I missed the stream, wish I could play today. Great commentary, guys, as always. Hey, thank you so much, OFC. Appreciate those kind words. And we look forward to having you back the next time you're available.
We'll keep that 8 or 9 seat over there nice and warm for you for the next time you're in. Somehow he always ends up over there in the corners. But love having OFC on. One of our OGs. Been playing on our stream for a long, long time. One of the faves.
Absolutely.
What's the difference between a
Three
contract?
coin here, going to do a little meditation on whether or not 6-4 off is worthy of a continue. Does settle on fold. I think it's a good play. Over to Benham now with a couple of 9s, facing the large squeeze out of the big blind. And he is going to come along.
Right? Digital creators are more synthetic. They make like content creators are like specifically videos.
Nick is out of there. Heads up we go to a flop. Seth with the betting lead, out of position.
They can be considered the same thing.
And we're going to look at a very spicy flop here. 2 hearts, 2 overs for Seth. And Benham, not the worst flop in the world for pocket 9s.
Seth gonna lead out. Let's see for how much. If it's the full 1,000, no, just a 600.
Wow, even more outs now. Of course, the 9s are actually not working for him, but can hit an ace now.
I mean, you guys are doing great.
Make Broadway. 32-25 in the middle. Stack to pot ratio right around 2.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Reasonable size here, somewhere around half pot, leaving a 3/4 pot river jam.
Every month,
And it looks like he's going to go just a smidge under that, goes 1,200.
it's the hockey stick.
Do you have something I can subscribe
A
to?
slightly larger
Yeah, on Instagram and YouTube.
river jam.
Yes.
Should Benham make a
It
call.
just feels so quick.
It's called Giljack Poker.
Just consistency.
GIL,
It'll be real and natural.
Giljack Poker.
I'll
subscribe.
It's not being edited.
Yeah.
You win, you don't, you don't.
Benham here does make the call, and
I don't watch River
5,600 in the middle. It's a 7 of hearts on the end.
Oh, really? Okay.
Not the card Benham had in mind, but exactly what Seth had in his heart of hearts. And now
Not as cool as Slick Rick.
River Jam for just a smidge under pot. We're talking 90% pot size jam here. And I don't think there's really another size for him to use, especially when he gets there, unblocking any of the pair cards on board. But he does choose a smaller size. He's going to go under half pot for 2K. Perhaps not wanting to lose his customer, like, oh, Maybe queen 10 finds the fold if I go all in. I don't know. Interesting, but the 2 9s not good enough. But Seth will win a big one. Nonetheless, chips up to over 16,000.
Absolutely. Continuing to run good tonight for Mr. Seth there. If you did get a chance to listen to a little bit of that table talk, we mentioned it earlier, but Carlos and Giljack were talking. Giljack is somebody who has some content, some poker content out there, so give him a follow and a subscribe. He's got quite a big following on his Instagram, and I guess he's got a YouTube channel as well. It's Gil, G-I-L, Giljack Poker. Glad to have him on the stream, and hopefully we'll help him grow that. Pretty cool hearing Carlos and the players at the table. You know, everybody's trying to help each other out here. You know, Randy's got a clothing brand. A lot of these guys are putting out content. They're all trying to take each other's money, but it's a good friendly game, and they're all trying to help each other out, grow this big poker stream.
Z-Fish and 3-Coin here, both repping diamonds, and wow, what a flop for 3-Coin. Drills bottom trips. He does not launch $8,000 into the pot, so no 10x leads.
No 10x lead.
Lucas wondering if Giljack used to be the editor for Wolf King. I have no idea.
I bet.
3-Coin leading for 150 on the turn, gets floated by Z-Fish with the king 9, and he's going to river quads and stuff it.
10x.
For the 10x that we knew was coming at some point.
Diamonds would have been bad for you.
Not really.
Real bad.
Not really.
He didn't quite get what Z-Fish was saying there, but yeah.
Diamonds would have been bad. He's like, dude, I had quads. Like, well, that was on the river. There are no more cards, no more diamonds. Damn it.
We're going to run out 5 more cards and see if diamonds can beat quads, Randy.
Randy can be beat.
That's right.
Not by me.
You know what? There's a truth to that. That one great hand we played, that was one of my. That one hand we had, that showdown, was so huge that night.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I won it. I'm not being smart aleck, but that was so well played.
Yeah. Where you hit it straight.
Yeah. Well, neither one of us get away from it.
All right, $50 straddle on. Folds to Slick Rick in the small blind. Bump it up to 210s. And CR, beautiful suited ace queen here next to act. Excuse me, in the $25 straddle. Is going to 3-bet here. $6.50 to go. 3-Coin will think about it again with the 6-4. Does ultimately let it go. And I would say traditionally here, pocket 10s could be played as a 4-bet given the orientation, but HCR sort of has the demeanor of a player who's not getting out of line too often, not going to be doing this with like the king-jack offsuits, the queen-jack offsuits, you know, these sort of, you know, the ace-5 suited maybe just not coming into the 3-betting frequencies at a high enough clip to want to 4-bet the 10s. Is clean through the turn 3 of hearts. Slick Rick here be able to go for a little equity denial / value.
Somehow I won one turn. And I'm like, you know what, let me take my winnings and go on against me.
Will, that's about half pot here on the turn.
That's all I want to do. But I sucked at it for a long time.
And it's just a whole lot of squadouche here for HCR, not working with any spades out there. He does not have a club or a heart, so there are some combinations of flush draws that he is beating, but
And I like to read it. I'm not always right, I'm not always wrong, but that's the part I love of it. Online, I don't like.
How long did it take before you realized that, hey, I can actually be good at this? How long did it explain?
definitely putting some thought in here with just the ace queen high.
That was smart.
Really?
Well, I mean, like,
Set.
you know, like even it's,
Yeah,
you
we
need
were
to,
playing there
like,
yesterday.
know a minimum before you can be like, okay, maybe I should.
I mean, I think with the tank there, had he called, would have really been sort of giving away the fact that his hand is very middling strength, and I think Slick Rick could have easily value bet virtually any river that didn't change the texture too much.
Yeah, HCR decided not to go with a C bet there on that flop. Pretty clean turn there for Slick Rick. As happens so often when you got the big suited cards, you miss everything and you don't even get a single spade to give you any hope.
So I may be slow to get it, but once I get it, I remember it. And that's my advantage. But it's taken me a while to get it.
But once it's in, it's in.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that happening.
absolutely
That's
right
why.
there, Alvin. It's just kind
Yes,
of giving away a little too much there. Really just one of those spots where you're like more thinking about what your opponent has than actually whether or not you're going to continue in the hand. I think we've all been there to some degree where we've like virtually already folded and we're sort of committed to that play, but we're just trying to figure out like, oh, what does he have? Because folding and then thinking about it somehow isn't the same. Anyways, we're on to the next hand, and we've got two players seeing a jack high board, neither player connecting, so the deuces are still best. Checky, and the deuces remain in front. He's a 6% favorite now.
Hot bet.
In No Limit Hold'em, it is whatever you put out there. There is no such thing as pot.
TLO and no limit.
Brittany doing a great job of staying silent.
Pretty weird spot for the king queen high. You lose to all the pairs and ace highs, but you beat them all the just like complete whips. And yeah, 3-coin is a little bit of an interesting character. He's very capable of just betting odd amounts. Here he is going to slightly overbet the pot, but basically betting pot on the river. And Eric, you know this just as well as I. Mr. Slick Rick is a big fan of the hero call.
He is.
We saw him do it with queen high one time, and now is a potential spot for him to do it with king high. iPro's off, iPro's back on.
Yep.
He is going to be sick if he makes this call and sees that 3-coin is value betting him with deuces.
With the duckies. He's going to get rubber duckied.
Yeah, and the weird thing here is that, like, he's not really wrong to think about this, right? There's a lot of missed draws. I mean, every draw that you can think of that wasn't just 5-6 on the flop that instantly got there has missed. You got all kinds of stuff that can start betting on that turn and doesn't have anything on the river. 10-8, 10-9, 8-9, you know, just 8-6. You have so many of these things. You got all the club combos. You know, it would suck if your opponent just shows you like ace deuce of clubs and you're just like, ugh, like I just lost to the like one hand that pips me.
I do not have enough. I promise you that.
Yeah, he's spot on in that it feels bluffy. Unfortunately, the king high just isn't going to be good, but I like that he's putting a lot of thought into this.
Slick Rick looking to add another light hero call to his repertoire. This one would also be wrong, and he does do it. Oh, no.
I hate you did that.
Oh, no. The deuces get max value from king high, and Slick Rick is...
The tank call from Slick Rick. God, it feels good when you're right on those. But yeah, he was dead wrong. And Randy scooping in a pot there.
Oh man, yeah, good instincts there. Just when you're up against someone who is capable of bluffing with the best hand, right, it makes it really hard to hero call them light. You have to start doing it where you're like, all right, my hero calls are gonna consist of like ace highs and like third pairs. Like we're not dipping too far down, just because you just you run into stuff like that too often where they're just like, no, I had pocket threes and I was bluffing, and you're like, but that beats me, so good for you.
Ahmad thinks we're maybe glazing slick a little bit too much. To be honest, I'm never making that call. I'm folding all day long. I just liked that he put some thought into it, and that he felt like his opponent, and especially the opponent that we know over there in the 2 seat, Mr. Randy, has a lot of bluffs there. But yeah, just Slick wanted to make a hero call, and like Aaron said, add it to his his repertoire. And if he got it through, it was going to be a little confidence booster, a little beat on the chest. But yeah, I'm never making that call, but I'm with you there.
Yeah, I don't know. The easy fold, I think, yes, for most people, but it's an easy fold when you're just like, oh, I have king high. Duh, of course I'm never calling, right?
He hasn't had to show yet, so is he really?
And that's not necessarily a good thing,
You know what I'm gonna
right?
bet?
It
When I'm
means
playing
that
ABC,
yes, in that
I'm
moment
gonna
you would have been
bet.
correct. And yes, a lot of the time folding king high is correct. But for all the reasons that we already sort of hashed out there were some credible principled ideas behind making a call there with a bluff catcher. And yeah, we can all agree that king high is probably dipping pretty far down into bluff catching territory. But had he had ace high, right? I mean, would we be like shitting on him if he hero called with ace queen there? I don't think so. I think everybody would be like, yeah, he's got ace queen high. That's pretty good. Ace king high. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, this is the Slick Rick who made a 5K or something, you know, queen high call one time
against like a set or something.
Against
too.
a
It was
set,
like,
yeah.
So he's like,
yeah.
you either have all of it or you have none of it. Oh, you have all of it. Cool.
He's definitely a player that will go with his gut, and sometimes your gut is dead wrong.
Yeah. Queens and tens on board here. King high is best at the moment.
Somebody in position bet. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. No, ace high.
Thank
Slick Rick.
you.
For some reason, I saw like 2 4s in my mind, but no, he's got the ace high and the best hand. MJ says he's improving from the queen high calls at least.
That he is.
Moving up in the world.
Tell I said bet, I'm gonna call it. I'm glad you bet. I'm not gonna win it, but I'm calling it.
Bet of 100 with the ace high. Gets called in 2 spots, and he's going to win this at showdown if we get there. Backdoor hearts does complete. No one has a heart. And it's up to HCR to go for it here, but he laughs and checks back. Ace high is going to be good for a little rebate.
A little rebate. There you go.
I wanted to give you permission to do what you was gonna do anyway.
You told me to, so I
I know you, and you mind me. Oh my goodness, good play, bud. Y'all had me beat, but when I made that statement, I was gonna bet.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and try this gamble thing again because I can't lose all night,
I
right?
went crazy.
Let's see.
I wasn't gonna bet out of position either. No, sir.
Oh, maybe I tried to gamble too soon. Did I do that last? Oh yeah, it hasn't been long enough. That was at 21 after. Gotta wait another 10 minutes? Ugh, God.
Slick Rick gonna raise it up from the low jack with queen jack suited. Bit him though, and the small blind waking up with big slick suited. Making it 675 to go.
And this is the exact spot that always makes me the most uncomfortable. I've been here so many times with Queen Jack suited, opening, get to be in position if I call, because, well, I guess 3-coin is technically still able to have position if he calls, and I guess he does, but yeah, it just, the Queen Jack suited, it's such a good hand, but man, it just feels gross to play it. Whole lot of not much here for anybody. And Venom checks. It's 2 overs, some backdoors for Slick Rick. Got to take a stab here. And yeah, this is exactly part of the reason why it feels so bad, is that when your opponent checks to you, you have a mandatory bluff because you have queen high. And that is like very capable of getting ace high and king high to fold, as long as you are able to put in a couple streets of aggression. But you just, yeah, you're flying blind here. You don't know what you're up against. Check call from Benham. To a turn we go, and what a turn it is. It's top now for Benham, and it's a gut shot, straight flush draw for Slick Rick. The problem for him is that this is not necessarily a good card for him. Right? Like if he has pocket 10s, pocket 8s, whatever, he's going to have to check, and he's going to do that.
Wow.
And just drill it. Let's go.
Really like that check back there, and look what he gets.
Oh.
You lose to aces or kings. What a hand.
Yeah. Benham there going for it. 38.80, so a little under 4K. That's an overbet jam there from Benham. It's a little bit adventurous, I think.
Stones, my friend, stones.
I'm not sure. I mean, I think the idea is to get called by an ace that thinks you're chopping with every other ace because the king's on board. Apply max pressure to a king or something if you're bluffing with a single spade. I don't know. There's probably some thought there, but I think it's pretty adventurous.
Absolutely. Benham's going to come back in, though. He's not done for the night. Coming back in for 7,000. Just joining us, this is our big game that we host on Tuesday nights here in Dallas. Players usually buying in for right around 5,000. And it is a match the stack game, so it does get pretty big. It's a 5, 10, 25 game. We've had a $50 straddle on majority of the night.
And wow, Benham gets dealt ace-5 suited on the button with a raise and 2 calls in between. Mandatory 3-bet spot. He does go for it, and he's going to run right into kings. God, this is gross.
Yeah, look at these stacks, too. 20,000 and 23 for Slick Rick and Nick here.
Yeah, the cold 4-bet, though, out of the straddle. This is another spot for a weak fold of 10s pre-flop. I love how we're getting a lot of mileage out of that because it's popped up several times. We've had 9s folded twice, and now 10s being folded for a second time here in just a moment. And yeah, it's weak. Weak.
So weak. Such weak sauce.
All right, Nick, not going to get anything else for his troubles, but winning 1265 without ever having to sweat like a flop, turn, and river is pretty great. I mean, even if you consider that as a $50 straddle, right? Like, you just made 20, like, just about 25 blinds just with a hand. Like, that's a great win. So people get, like, bent about, oh, my kings, I didn't get any action, or my aces. Yeah, it sucks when you literally win the blinds, but When you win 25 blinds, that was a good hand.
Now we're talking. Yeah.
Good
Yep,
tackle.
And don't have to see a flop out of position. Put any more money in there. Yeah, 25 big blinds. We'll take it. Big pairs are showing up here, though, tonight, Aaron. And we're here for it. Z-Fish going to wake up with another one here on the button with queens.
Oh, and the action tracker thought he was Carlos. It was like call 50 on the button. Nope. Oh, good lord. What is
Good
this
lord.
flop?
Is the kid running good, or is the kid running good right now?
Hand's not over, but yeah, it's looking dire here for Z-Fish on only 31% equity. Slick Rick here going to hit him with the check raise up to 800. And yeah, he's got the queen of clubs, so he doesn't, Slick Rick doesn't have like queen 9 of clubs and queen 10 of clubs. So this is probably feeling a little bit scary if you're Z-Fish. Yeah, you can have 9-10 of clubs. Yes, you can have 9-7 of clubs, 10-7 of clubs. These are all reasonable holdings. Yeah. But now, 80s on the turn completes the flush draw and puts some potential two-pair type holdings, ace-jack, into Z-Fish's range. Of course, Slick Rick can't be afraid of boogeymen in the closet and monsters under the bed, so he's going to continue betting.
Yeah, look at
for the smaller size.
Equity changes here too. You know, Z-Fish now it's still 36%. One card to come. He picked up some serious outs here. Got 9 outs that we can see.
Yeah. And am I tripping, or is the is that line under the queens on Z-Fish just like going really, really fast?
It was.
I feel like it never goes that fast. It was like, it's the guy with queens, it's his turn. Okay. 10 of spades on the end. Not the cleanest looking card, but it shouldn't interact with Z-Fish's continued range, right? He's just not going to have a lot of 10s here, so I think Slick Rick can confidently go for value. He's out of position here, so half pot all the way up to full pot sort of seems reasonable, but full pot with the flush out there, yeah, I think half pot here makes a lot of sense. And he's going to go even just a little bit smaller. I think he's going 1/3 even. It's really tough to think about hands that Z-Fish beats. 9-7 got there. Like, it's literally like 10-7 of diamonds. He hard blocks the queen 9 and queen king, of course, but like those shouldn't be doing a lot of check raising. Queen 9, sure, but not king queen. I don't think. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, he loses to a lot. There are very few bluffs here, I think. It says that Slick Rick checked. He did not. I think he bet 1/3.
Yeah, I think it was like 1250-ish.
Z-Fish here. Queen of clubs, a very key card, but I'm not sure he's sort of handled himself in a way that he could credibly turn these into a bluff. I mean, if he just stuffs it, obviously, like, Slick Rick is going to be like, whoa, bro. But, yeah, he just lets it go. Does get away from a 3rd barrel, so pays off 2 streets of value there for Slick Rick, but does not pay off the final wager. Well played, both players.
Run, Ricky, run. This game has gone at a pace, but there's been some great hands played. This has not been boring.
3 coin is absolutely right.
I will
Has not
second
been
that.
boring.
Aaron's going to third that. Hopefully you guys in the chat are going to agree as well and smash that like button. Hit subscribe. Help us continue to grow this TCH live stream. So we're now streaming from all of our locations across Texas. Not all of our locations, I should say. Most of our locations. Austin, Houston, the Rio Grande Valley, and of course here in Dallas.
All right, I might be giving up on gambling. It's not going well, man. It's not going well. Just launching the TCH Live loyalty point bankroll into the stratosphere here, where it is burning up at a rapid pace.
Neither player holding a spade here.
Yeah.
The game still no likey. Yeah, gamble, game, all of it doesn't likey me. All true statements. Matt in the chat says, losing to everything with queen is always disappointing. That is definitely true. It's such a good hand, and then like the board runs out, and you're like, okay, this isn't a good hand anymore. Benham there taking the initiative with 10-6 of hearts. Does take that one down with the inferior holding, so well played.
No lucky.
That's right. But you're up to 3 points, so before you know it, you'll have 4, and then you're almost halfway to 10. And then you can gamble it all and see what happens. Hopefully you double it up, and it's to the moon.
Yeah, and you're a very nice gal, and you're winning if you're just nice. So thank you for being nice. You don't have to type, just be nice.
Calling in the dark.
Mallory wants to know if you guys are doing the knit game again.
All right. Mal jumping in there, asking if these players are going to get the knit button game going again. So she's helping keeping this action going.
All right. Very good. We've got some limping happening, and Giljack from the straddle is like, nah, this is not going to stand. I have the King Jack-O, and I'm going to make it 400. HCR going to put a 1K out there, make the call.
Sounds fair.
Pick the card.
Like Rayman and David Copperfield had a baby.
What is it?
3 coin is the best, man. Oh, you flashed that card so high, I can see it.
Oh, look, I'm so sorry, guys. I did not mean to do that. Sorry about that.
All right, a cascade of folds, but HCR and Nick are coming along to see a flop. Giljack going to play this one from out of position. Comes Jack 6-4, diamonds, and a club. So top pair, Giljack going to check it. Bottom set for Nick. And with both his opponents on top pair, this is a pretty incredible spot. Once again for Nick, on the button, already up heaps. He is going to make the call for 425. No, he is raising. There was a 1K hiding under there. It looked like a 25 chip, but that was a raise to 1,300. And Giljack just goes for the check fold. He squeezes, flops top pair king kicker, and then just check folds.
That is wild.
I mean, I think he, you know, obviously that was a good fold for him given the situation, but I think he should be wearing the pro knit campaign or whatever hoodie, because that is not a fold. that you will see all the time.
Oh, my goodness.
How about quads? And that's not a diamond, so HCR here might be like, okay, bro, you missed your flush. What are you gonna do now when I check it over to you? You gonna bet for me? Wait a minute, did he just bet like 400? He did.
He did.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, he is making it look like a flush draw.
Oh, the 6. No.
It's really not a bad card, though.
It shouldn't be,
like,
but
I mean, HCR here should be feeling probably pretty good about his hand. Who bets 400 in position on the turn? Yeah, he's going to block bet for value here. Oh, good lord.
And just instant jam.
And HCR's got to be saying to himself, he's like, look, you either have quads or you have nothing. Right? Both bottom cards, both small cards have paired. You either have quads or you have nothing. I guess maybe something like 5-3 of clubs or something. But even that, why would that go all in? That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
None of it makes sense.
Or
He has
double
quads or
pairs.
nothing. And HCR is like, what?
What did he bet 400 on that turn with?
And he's got a bumblebee and 3 red chips left. That's down to 4 chips, one of which is worth an awful lot of money. But yeah, I don't envy HCR. He has been in some weird spots tonight, this being one of the weirder ones. Randy can see what he's working with here. The jack has been flashed. And XP Gaming Pro says, while Gil folded a better hand on the flop. You're right, but he was man in the middle and he watched a bet and raise in front of him. So it made a lot of sense for him to fold. Once it got back to HCR, he can presumably be up against a lot of straight draws and flush draws. Both of which have completely bricked here, but like Nick snap jammed river too. Is he just like snap jamming with a bricked straight or flush draw on a double paired board when his opponent leads? I don't know, man. HCR doesn't want to fold, but I think he is going to settle on it. That's my take. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't see him calling here to just.
He really doesn't want to be wrong, right? Like if he folds
sure.
and his opponent just like slam jams fucking 2 busted diamonds on the table and does a lap around the table, like you're gonna be pissed.
You're gonna be pissed, but you're still gonna have 5K. You know, at the end of the day.
But he could have fucking. He could have 17K if he makes the call. He'll have 17.
Oh, he's picked it up. He's flicking it in. He's flicking it in.
Brittany, you ever do any mannequin modeling?
I'd be great at it.
Yeah, you would.
HCR.
No, there it is. There's the fold. Good fold. Good fold. The quad 4s. Getting her done.
Gil Jack's over there like, dude, I folded a jack 18 years ago, man. Like, I don't know.
Carlos swats the air at him. What'd you have, a jack? He had quads. Get out of here.
And with that, we're going to restart the Nick game. And Nick here is going to stack more chips, as that man is going to be up to not quite, but very near $30,000 in the stack. Pretty incredible run he's having here
Play
tonight.
like it's on. Doesn't count.
Yes, sir. What do you want? Just a couple black and a stack of green or something. Just something that looks like I'm straight to the ass end of it.
This is 55.
You're good.
We're not playing it, huh?
Yeah, it's not.
Alright, 150.
150.
Dude, don't call me out like that. Nick, come on, man.
All right, just hit that 3-hour mark. Thanks everybody again for tuning in tonight. Got 2 more hours to go. TCH Live coming at you from Dallas, Texas. Just started another round of the knit button game. $100 a pop. Giljack gonna 3-bet the ace jack to 850 here. Z-Fish got a suited king jack. Wants to see a flop. Nick's gonna slow down a little bit after those quad fours. Gonna lay down his suited queen 10. Slick Rick now in the small blind. A really fun hand, out of position. Gonna have to call 700 more. He's gonna let this one go. So we are heads up between Z-Fish and Giljack.
I think your brain played a little trick on you on that turn bet. You bet 400.
King 7 deuce.
Didn't you just bet that 400? You bet 4.
Z-Fish gonna outflop Giljack here. Giljack is gonna continue. He's gonna down bet it a little bit. 500. Z-Fish going nowhere with top pair. And Team Anti-Knit is in a little predicament here. He's been called on the flop. Thinking, should I continue to represent a big hand? And it looks like he's going to. A little over half pot now, going for 1,600.
Clayton.
Yeah, hand selection here is always interesting. Ace of hearts, jack of clubs, given the texture. He's going to have some backdoor diamonds that he can continue with, but choosing this hand combo to go with, you know, there's so much depth to, you know, what the solver will do and which suits it will use to continue with bluffs and things. I mean, there's just always so much depth, and you know, it gets to a certain point where you just, even if you do look at this stuff regularly, that you just kind of like, oh man, how does this go again? What suits do I continue with? Of course, Z-Fish here with the top pair jack kick in, can't be folding. Does come along, and the queen of spades will peel off on the end. Giljack all around this, but just no connection. He has a queen, he probably shuts down just in the sheer hopes that he'll have a little bit of showdown value as it stands.
Oh,
He's
wow.
gonna have to stuff it.
3-barrel bluffing here with just ace high.
Yeah, and it's 37-10, so it's about a pot-sized jam.
Z-Fish immediately wants to know a count.
Z-Fish with the pure bluff catcher. He loses to all of the ace, king, king, queens of the world. But if Giljack doesn't have aces, ace king or or king queen, and then he will win. So he's now got to try to find some bluff combos. Also sizing him up too. Giljack's sort of happy to look back across the table at Z-Fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, not 3,700, 3,000, just about 3,100. So exactly a pot-sized jam, it looks like, or excuse me, half pot.
Yeah, I think this is just another spot Z-Fish doesn't want to be wrong.
I don't know. Every time I make a call, it's the wrong call. Every time it's the wrong call.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be wrong. That's definitely the predicament. The player has shown to not have gotten out of line in the 9 seat. A lot of that weighing on Z-Fish right now. Is he really finally getting out of line one time in this game?
I think Z-Fish has one of the best hands he's ever going to have here, though. And it's for half pot. He only has to be right 1 in 3 times.
Yeah.
I think he's in mandatory call mode, but I understand the uneasiness.
I don't know if I can hold it, actually.
The way that the sizing has been chosen to go for a half pot river jam, it feels like you're going to get shown ace king like 100%
100% of the time, right. 3 barrels from the guy who hasn't gotten out of line the entire stream. Makes the call and wins a nice almost 12.5K pot here.
If it wasn't Slick Rick who got me tilted, I would let it go. Yeah, you blame it on
Giljack's like, thanks, Slick Rick. What the hell, dude? I'm now buried 2 full buy-ins. And apparently I would have gotten that through. And yeah, Giljack, the tightest player at the table playing only 18% of hands, goes for the triple barrel and does not get it through. Daniel says, damn, these guys are old. Yeah, dude. They're ancient. I know, I'm kidding. Yes, that's generally what you see in a higher stakes game. A lot of bold play.
Definitely. Make a man make a decision for big heaps of chips.
That's the whole reason I did that. What do you mean?
Yeah, Giljack there with a little... Yeah, it hurts. Stings. For those of you that know the Family Guy reaction, good for you. For those of you that don't,
for those of you that don't, you like me got to listen to Aaron breathe quite creepily into the microphone. I do get the reference now, but
okay, good.
I was kind of squirming over here for a minute until now I realize.
Yeah, you were getting excited. I saw it on your face. HCR picks up a pair here and a gutty. Seth with a pair and a gutty of his own, and it's going to be full house for everyone. Kings full of
couple of
jacks
boatskis.
Yeah, I'm like,
why couldn't Heath have that?
why can't I do it? Yeah.
You should have told me something.
And yeah, full pot over bet even here from Seth. Trying to get the max from a 9 or maybe like pocket 8, pocket 7, something like that. HCR here might just be tired of folding, and everybody's got a knit button, right?
Right.
I think you just pay this off.
Tired of folding. You got a full house. Just flick the 700 in and find the bad news.
I'm paying this off.
I'm paying it off. Find the bad news.
You can feel the pain in HCR. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously taking it quite well, but it's just like, again, stop. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Stop making big hands against me while I have a full house,
For
or
sure.
I have like top pair or whatever.
Yeah, and you'll have those nights in poker where, you know, maybe that you are playing bad and you can go home and be like, God, what was I doing? But then you have those nights where you just always have second or third best, and it's just not much you can do about it. You're going to pay off those hands, and it's just frustrating.
Very.
Place in my best poker bathroom just then.
All right, got the $100 double straddle going from Carlos in seat 5.
You better like eat candy.
Just because Carlos is so mad at me.
Just because Fish will get mad at me. RJ Do Prizzle.
Oh, what's up, RJ?
What's up, dude?
Randy going back to the Captain Cool Breeze hat there. Little Panama Jack.
And he's going back to the hand he made quads with earlier. The Jack
That's
6
right.
suited.
Gonna need quad jacks this time, though.
They could chop with quad 6s, too.
He will have to fade the diamonds again, though, with quads.
This is true. Oh my good lord. He is going to virtually min-click raise this with Jack 6 of hearts. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that the solver does not suggest this.
Nor does anyone understand this, as Benham was quite perplexed.
Yeah, it's like a pot builder, right? Because like no one can fold for that amount. So it's either re-raise or just call. Wow, Nick can fold for that amount.
Yeah.
That I am even more perplexed by, because he's 800 to make a pot of infinite, and well, ace-6 wouldn't have loved this board, but whatever. Such is life. 3 coin is now on a king-high board, 1 heart, jack high, and 4% equity.
And look how cool, calm, and collected Benham's face looks. Just got a lollipop in. Just saying, please bet into me, Mr. 3 coin.
Yeah, those two very familiar with one another, and a lot of just like fun banter between them, right? Yeah, Benham has got to believe that his hand is the best 110% of the time. And he'd be close to right, because it's 96% equity with the king-queen here. $600 and a call. Drawing dead now on the turn is Mr. 3 coin, Randy.
And the lean back.
He doesn't have enough chips to 10x pot.
Oh,
oh
good
my
God. All in. Flick in the call.
Oh, and 3 coins dead. This is just a 10K gift from 3 coin to Benham. $24,000 pot. And we're going to do the accounting to figure out how much Benham is going to win, because there's no amount of rivers we could run that 3 coin would ever improve. Unless we had a misread. But no, we're trying not to show our cards. And sure enough, 3 coin is like, yeah, I definitely can't win.
Benham flicked in that call faster than Speedy Seth can run the 40-yard dash. I think that took about a second and a half to just flick in that call.
Yeah, and, you know, those two players have a lot of history, so Benham can make that call immediately without any real thought process. You know, we go back to when Nick was sort of in the blender, so to speak, with the aces on 955, right? I mean, you think about that again, and you put yourself in that spot, and you're like, oh yeah, no, he should have beat him into the pot. But understandable to be wondering what on earth your opponent could be doing it with.
Dylan. Give a chance to Dylan. Go ahead. 56.
Fours have been a hot hand tonight, while those smaller pairs have really smashed boards. This one comes out 10 high. Randy with a great flop here with the king 8.
And then somehow doesn't get any chips in the middle as we check through. He's playing reverse poker. Have nothing, go all in, have something. Well, no, he had quads and went all in. And he had, he's had some things. I'm obviously joking, but now that he has pair and a flush draw, we are not putting anything in there. Actually does make a lot of sense in a multi-way pot with second pair and a flush draw to just check, especially with the 7 of diamonds on the turn. I do like this choice to go for a smidge of value on the river. When it checks through this many times, you may be able to get paid by Jack 8 suited, Ace 7. There are a few hands that could pay you off. They don't have
and he
a
doesn't
9
show
that
his
they're trapping.
cards. He doesn't show.
Randy. Ooh. No.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
No. Randy's running bad here tonight.
Little off his game tonight a little bit. He's here to have fun, and I'm sure he's going to laugh and still smile it up at the table. But
You know, I love showing.
Yeah.
I was distracted.
I can't remind you.
No, it's okay. I was distracted by playing.
Luckily for Randy, there are plenty of players out there with knit buttons. So, you know,
I'll show this hand.
many opportunities for him to win a hand. Patrick in the chat says, probably not a game where solver matters a ton. To a certain degree, I think you're right. To a different degree, I think there's always something to be gleaned from, you know, how close to optimal can we play, and what are the sort of approaches as far as theory and implementing a sound strategy are concerned. But you're absolutely right. There are plenty of chances here for people to create their own strategies. That has nothing to
we
do
definitely
with
have
solving.
both ends of the spectrum. We have some relatively optimal poker being played, and we definitely have some not so optimal play going on. But we're having fun, and we're here for it. That's the fun part of this stream. Is, you know, we don't put just a bunch of pros on this stream who just want to come in and knit it up and, you know, play super snug and open face poker. We are here for entertainment, and thankfully these boys are bringing it tonight.
Absolutely. Queen 10-6, 2-tone. Be a pair of 10s jack kick in here for 3 coin. But 3 players have connected with the board and made a pair. WS, is this live at TCH Las Colinas? No. It is about 15 minutes in the past at TCH Dallas. All right, 3 coin here. Gonna chop the pot, and that is not enough to get rid of the net game. But Brad says Big Beard Guy will win. Yeah, you might be right. Looking at the VPIPs once again, Giljack has drifted even further down, 17%. Holding down almost the Lottie line, not quite. For those unfamiliar, the Lottie line is 15%, named after our resident player and commentator, Mr. Will Lottie, who is rather famous for playing somewhere south of 15% of hands. So if you're below the 15% line, then you're below the Lottie line. Gil not quite there, but he is living out the Lottie line in his dreams. Ace 8-6 two-tone flop. Top pair for Z-Fish, far and away the best hand. And Z-Fish, who is up over 26,000, will show down the hand, get rid of the button. And he says ABC Poker. That's what we're playing here tonight.
Good for the cameras.
Yeah. Well, maybe you got a take.
I've had enough good camera time tonight.
Yeah.
But I'm not with still in there swinging.
I was like, I didn't know.
5, 10, 25, and 50 is on. Giljack going to put on the 50, and when it gets back to him, he's going to have Queen 3 offsuit. Very similar holdings to what he's had for most of the evening. 3 coin going to click it up to 100 with the Ace 7 of hearts. Carlos comes along, Ace 10 of diamonds, and Giljack. Put in one more basket of green chips and flop bottom pair. Up against a heart flush draw, 2 overcards. Carlos. And it is a bet of, I think that was 300. Bet of 300 and a call. I think Giljack has relinquished the best hand. Prince Jordan, are you live from Dallas? Yes. I personally am not in Dallas, and we are actually watching footage of poker that was played about 15 minutes ago in the past, but all of us are seeing the same thing together. We are all live. I hope you are.
Yeah.
And Ace 10 high, going to be good. Carlos will take that pot. Damn. Thank you guys for tuning in. Happy to have you, both WS and Prince Jordan. Welcome in.
What are we doing?
You already answered that question there too from WS about Las Colinas.
I sure did.
Yeah. No streaming services over there at the Las Colinas location, but that is our sister location here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just about 5 to 7 miles or so down the road.
That will give a good chunk to whomever.
And I'm sure tonight they are busy as all get out as well. I'm about to pull up Poker Atlas and see how many tables they've got going. Tournament still kicking tonight over here. Our black chip bounty, $300 buy-in, 10K guarantee. I'll peek out the window real quick, see what totals were on that sucker. 75 entries in that, 3,900 for first place, plus all the bounties that you get along the way. So pretty cool Tuesday night tourney.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what am I doing betting this with
I'm
you?
gonna roll mine one and
Dealer change, time for a PLO flip. And while we're doing that, let's go ahead and remind everybody that we've got a big poker tournament coming up here in the not so distant future. 250K guaranteed, even bigger one coming to TCH Dallas.
That's right.
The 8 starting flights, the 10 a.m.s and the 5 p.m.s. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack, 30-minute levels. starting on Wednesday the 24th, running through Saturday the 27th with starting flights, all funneling into day 2 on Sunday the 28th. Again, for those lucky folks making the final table, you'll come back on Monday the 29th for the final table, playing down to a winner.
The live stream as well.
Let's go.
The even bigger one, the Mas Grande. That sucker has been pretty darn big, upwards of 60K for first place the last couple of times. So if you like multi-day tournaments, come on out. See if you can't turn 300 bucks into 50, 60, maybe even $70,000. What?
Why did I do that?
All right, Nick, Slick Rick, Z Fish, all up over 20,000 in the stack. HCR shows him at 3.3K. He definitely has more than that, but probably only off by 1,000.
New dealer in the box is Christian. A lot of you guys and gals.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed indeed. Fresh haircut. Christian plays a lot of tournaments and cash games here as well, so you can see him over at Las Colinas quite a bit, or in the tournament streets. Good dealer and very solid player himself.
Slick Rick here, not going to squeeze. He's done a lot of squeezing tonight. Now he's just going to make the call with the King Jack this time around, up against 2 rag aces. If 3 coin comes along, which he does. And we're going to go 3 players to a flop.
Yeah, just somebody else. I saw that.
But at the bubble as well, not that.
Jack in the window, king and a 5 behind it. So top 2 for Slick Rick. And he's like, oh man, maybe I should have 3-bet. But at the same time, he would have only won the chips that are in the middle of this pot anyways, had he done so. Very unlikely that either Seth or 3 coin would have called a 3-bet. But as it stands, he's going to bet 325 with the top 2. And unless a wild hair grows out of 3 coin's beard, I think we're going to see some folds. 3 coin may have frozen in time and space. Now he's back. Couple of backdoors, no good for the ace-6 of diamonds. Then Slick Rick will show down the top 2. Like, yeah, I win. Take this button.
That shouldn't count. Yeah, I keep your butt.
I agree. I felt ashamed.
He said he felt ashamed flipping over 2 pair for the net game.
That's why I didn't show mine a while ago. I could not get rid of my button like that.
Yeah, and Aaron, how does this sound? 22 cash games on a Tuesday night going right now at our sister location, TCH Las Colinas.
Oh, really?
That sounds amazing. Yum, yum.
Pretty cool stuff. Texas poker is alive and well. And big shout out right now from Christian's brother, Nate, jumping in the chat.
What up, Nate? Welcome to the stream.
Seemed like someone around her said she doesn't feel well.
And for all y'all down in the Rio Grande Valley, don't forget, we got the $200 buy-in, 10K guarantee with 25K guaranteed to first place. The Valley Poker Open also kicking off at the end of this month, July 25th through August 5th.
I kept saying I wanted to go down there and play in that room again. Really nice room down there in the Rio Grande Valley in Edinburgh, Texas. And I was like, yeah, I want to do that. I want to go down to Padre Island and hang out on the beach and get in the water. And then a freaking rogue shark goes off and attacks 4 people a couple weeks ago. And I was like, you know what? I think I'll pass on the water. Maybe play a little frisbee toss on the beach. But I want to keep my calf muscle and my legs intact. Pretty gnarly scene there. Not something we normally see in our Texas waters.
Yeah, pretty gnarly. I did see that on your feed actually, and I was like, thanks for the gore, bro. But yeah, that was pretty.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with sharks. Have been since I was a little kid, and that was pretty gnarly.
Yeah. Well, you should do the first part of the trip though. You know,
Yeah.
come on down, swing through the new TCH location, which will be open this time in 2059, and we look forward to seeing you. And then you can also go and play at RGB.
Hell yeah, brother. That's what I got to say to that.
Hail Satan! No. Saw really.
There's a first on the stream.
So that's a quote from the one of the most ridiculous movies I've seen recently. I went to Alamo Drafthouse the other day and saw the newest Nicolas Cage movie. Have you heard anything about it? Long Legs.
Oh yeah, I wanted to see that. I
Well,
thought Nicolas Cage only did movies you could rent at a Redbox these days.
This one will definitely be at a Redbox near you very soon. Let me just say
Sweet.
that. Yeah.
I will go to my local Redbox and jump on that hoe.
Look at this flop between 3-Coin and Slick Rick, both holding King 9 suited. King Queen 9.
When does the money go in? Right now?
I think right now.
Right now. Glasses come off.
Randy has not hesitated to launch the chips in at any other point tonight. Now he actually has top and bottom pair. Will he switch it up?
Did not. He went 3,000.
Which leaves him like complete dust behind. He's got 1.1 behind, so he is effectively all in. And Slick Rick is like, oh, yeah, no, of course we're all in. And we're chopping.
Choppy, choppy.
Chop it up. Announced and confirmed as there is no possible run out that could counterfeit either player's holdings.
You can't get rid of it.
10K pot, hacked in half. Little profit of 180 apiece. But yeah, I will say that anybody that wants to see Daddy Longlegs, not Daddy Longlegs, just
Daddy Longlegs.
if you want to see the film, what? What's so funny?
Is that your new nickname? Is that what you tell the
No.
ladies?
No, it is. Well, long. No, I'm kidding. No, if you want to see it, go see it. But the film was
gory as hell.
No, not really. Just weird. Very weird. There are some good. There's some very good takes on the Twitter machine.
Was it of the horror variety though?
It was a horror a horror movie. Yes,
Gotcha.
yes, it was.
Words
I
are
would
hard,
say-
Aaron.
Yes, they are. I don't know. It was an experience.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of short snippets or preview-ish things that make it seem interesting, and I kind of like seeing those types of movies every now and then. And I do like me some Nicolas Cage, although he did have a good 10-year run of just absolute trash films that he put out, but I'll give him a shot.
Okay, well, you'll have to let me know what you think, because he may or may not have added another one to that list. Gil Jack here has the birds. He's on the button with a starting stack. Can he get paid? I think the answer is no.
Slick Rick doesn't seem like he might know who Randy Moss is. Maybe a fan of the 84.
Oh my good lord. If he drills two pair or some sort of stupid straight, this is going to be an abomination. It is not, because 8-4 clubs does not interact with this board at all.
Ace of Hearts in hand too for Gil Jack.
Slick Rick Goes a little, yeah, what the hell was I thinking? And fold. He's like, Alvin's going to give me a hard time for that one. Because, yeah, you're not supposed to call pre-flop 8-4 clubs. You tell him, Alvin. Looking at profit and loss here, 3 coin down, 4 buy-ins, Skill Jack down over 2. Nick up 18,000, Seth up 12. Somehow Benham is still stuck after getting that gift earlier. Is this true? Is that real life?
Yeah, we between those bottom 3 players, they're down $45,000 for the evening. Hour and a half left though to get unstuck. Let's see who can get the closest to breaking even out of that group.
Nick opening from early position, ace queen. HCR gonna flat the button with the ace 6-0. Pretty spicy play. 3 coin gonna do another one of these weird small 3 bets with a hand that really doesn't benefit from playing multi-way. Carlos cold calls. Nick is going to come along, and HCR is going to be like, oh, good Lord, am I getting a price? 3 coin took his microphone off and is like, I don't want to be heard anymore. Wow. Interesting. Okay.
You're still going to be heard, unfortunately.
HCR does make the call. I think he's got 1,000 more than what it shows on screen, but he's basically around an SPR of 1. And there are 2 diamonds out there for 3 coin. Of these 4 players, he actually has a plurality of the equity. He's going to check, though, for some odd reason. Perhaps planning on a check raise. Nick here is going to go for a bet. 675 for around 1/5 pot.
Upstairs. 3 coins in a pickle this time. Oh, I'm not folding. I'm just wondering how I get all of them.
He is talking tonight.
Takes the microphone off, then goes for the weird check raise. And Nick there with just ace queen high. He's actually got the best hand, and he's going to show it before he folds. Five of diamonds on its back. And yeah, while ace queen high was technically the best hand, it was actually a dog.
Randy's saying that he wants to know what they're saying about him upstairs. Well, we're actually just right behind the wall, not upstairs.
Well, you are, but
yeah.
I'm down here in Kazakhstan.
One of the stands.
Half a stand, really.
We need to make this game.
What do you want to do, bud?
We need to make this game 10-4.
Who's the guy just being here?
I'm down with it.
Because every week it's like.
Is it just us 2, bud?
It's always 10 quarter. I don't know why they changed it today. I thought maybe somebody requested it.
It's gotta play similar.
Yeah, the players were talking a little interesting. That the last few weeks it's just been a 10-25 game. There hasn't been that 5-10-25 variety, so it's changed it up a little bit. And it sounds like they're asking to maybe just go back to that or make it a 10-20 or something to where you just get rid of those red chips altogether. Make those the tipping chips. Tip your dealers, folks.
It still seems like there would be red chips involved.
Right.
It would just be subtracting 1 blind, really. Right?
Yeah, we don't have a $10 chip, so red chips would still be there.
Yeah, which makes it, I mean, so the more blinds that there are, the more that you are, I mean, there's interesting dynamics about the more blind players there are, the harder it is to open light and get it through and sort of win the blinds, right? So, and it also makes squeezing from the small blind or the big blind more difficult because you have more players left to act pre-flop. So it very much changes the dynamic when you have a small blind, a big blind, a
Look at this.
straddle, and another straddle. Yeah.
Look at
no,
this
that's
river,
pretty
Aaron.
gross. That's pretty gross. For Seth. Fantastic for 3 coin.
Now he's talking about getting rid of the button. He is selling it. Don't go too big.
Top 2 pair here for Seth.
He makes it 3,000.
He didn't make it too big. This is a real thing. I think Seth is obligated to pay this off. You've seen 3 coin showdown just like super dust on a lot of occasions. He had super dust until he didn't.
Oh my God.
Not one, not two, but 3 coins. I think, you know how to count those? Young people don't beat up old people anymore. I'm just teaching them. Hey, thanks, bro.
All right, 3 coins on the board. He's got a win and a sizable pot at that. 88.40 coming the way of that man.
Hey, you know what? When I'm weak, I'm strong. When I'm strong, I'm strong. When I'm weak, I'm still strong. I just get lucky every now and then.
Well, he gets a buy-in back there. It's almost 5K back, so he's not going to be down 20K anymore. What a river card there.
Oh, seriously. I mean, he could have hit the butt flush, too.
The butt flush was coming. I really thought that's what we were going to win with. But
don't play this one, man. Just let it go. No, never mind. We're playing this one.
Thank you for letting me bounce.
Raised to 150 from Gil Jack. A couple of calls. More calls. And one final call. Here we go. 17 players, 6 players, 2 a flop.
Have not seen this yet tonight. Let's go. Ace, 10, 3, top 2, flush draw, wheel draw. A little bit of something for everybody here, except for Seth here.
Now I'm just trying to sell some merchandise. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this is why you don't play the ace deuce there, 3 coin. I tried to tell you, but you already did it because this was 15 minutes in the past. And
times 2, 300, make it 6.
yeah, he's going to raise with the top pair, no kicker.
600.
Not one.
Gil Jack is like, this is my time to shine. I have top 2 pair, and not only do I have a raise, but I've got dead money button call here in between with the heart draw. It's time for Gil Jack to get all that money. It is sort of awkward to bet an amount that leaves him a reasonable size behind. Honestly, when you're multi-way, though, you kind of just throw all of that out the window and you say, what is most effective right now to get the money? It's not really important about what happens on the turn because we get there, right? Right now, my hand is very strong. There's SPR of 2. And yeah, here we go. He's going to choose a size that is sort of independent of his remaining chips. Makes it 1,800 to go. If he gets called by either or both of these players, SPR is going to be well under 1. It's not important. So, honestly, a little bit on the smaller side here. I am going to be honest. If I were Gil Jack, I think I would have gone 23, maybe even 24, 2,500.
I wouldn't.
Wow.
Gets the same sort of result of just taking the pot down right then and there, but yeah, he almost laid enough of a price for the flush draw to peel one off on the button, right? Just like, it's 1,200 more. There's all this dead money out there. If I just drill it, I'm probably good. But gets it through.
Yeah, pretty interesting spots. Benham's been put in a couple times with, nut flush draws and a big flush draw there with the queen 7 of hearts. And just too big of a price to have to pay. There, of course, last time it was the 10x jam by 3 coin into a $500 pot, and he just open folds the ace queen of hearts. And that time
decides not to chase his flush, the heart variety again.
Man, there's a lot of bad rolls in the gamble streets here. Of course, Chuck C winning 400 earlier with an 85, but man, me and Doug are rolling single digits here. Maybe I give it one more try. Maybe Doug took all the bad mojo. Could it be?
Could it be? Could it be?
I don't need anything big. I'm just looking for like a 53. I'm looking for like a 53. One time. One time.
Come on, Streamlabs. Bust him up again.
Hey!
Oh.
62. I win. What do you mean? Oh, you trying to beat me down, dude?
I'm wanting Streamlabs to bust you up, man.
All right.
Capped. Go.
The game will game. Likey me.
It likey the Aaron. Finally.
All right, splash pot incoming. Who lost the standing game? Is it Seth? I don't know. The
I was too focused on you finally winning the roll there. I didn't see who lost the knit game. It appears to be
that either, but we are doing a splash pot. A very nice gal is proud of me. Thank you so much. I can win. It's possible. The gamble downswing is over. All right, a raise to 400 from 3-coin with 5-4 offsuit. Venom, Z-Fish, Nick, all in there. Slick Rick, though, can't continue. And kill Jack. Eat 6 of clubs. Oh, he's going to let it go with that dead money in there, closing the action. Give me that hand. I'm playing it.
Give me that suited little gapper.
Say that slowly. He would have drilled a flush draw and been well behind the top 2 for Venom. Gut shot for Z-Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow. You can always count on our friend from across the pond. HCR was the loser of that knit button game.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Jason. All right. Checks to Benham. He's going to fire out what looks to be 7 hundies. Z-Fish on a gutty. If he had an overcard, if this was like ace-queen or ace-10, I think the float would make some sense. Also, if there was a spade out there. But his hand is just super hot garbage.
Which means call.
He's going to raise. Well, I was going to say, I mean,
yeah,
either...
It's a raise.
You either fold or you raise. There's no way to play this as a call. So he's going to click it and hope that Benham is just up to no good here. It's adventurous, to be sure. And I think Benham here should be absolutely trying to get as many chips in the pot as he can now before the texture changes. So I suspect we're seeing a 3-bet.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to allow just holding a single club here to get me to slow down. I'm just going to try to take this down while I've got it.
Wow, he goes all in even.
He went massive. He went 11K on it. Big bet there, and takes it down. Plus that dead money in there.
So that was just the first of 2 splash pots, right?
Should have been, and HCR may have just forgotten. They haven't made him put it in yet.
That's what she said.
There we go. I think Venom was just mentioning that.
Yeah, a lot of Hondas have a network and stuff like that.
All right,
There
splash pot confirmed.
I got sidetracked on my loss.
tasty little 10-7 suited here. Suited double gapper for Slick Rick. He's going to come along from the big blind, and he will be the only taker against the presumed open from Z-Fish with Queen 5-0. That feels like a misread, but maybe.
Takes it down.
Yeah, whether he had Queen 5-0 or something else, he wins.
Z-Fish did say he was playing only the nuts tonight. The nuts or nothing.
The last hand was an ABC ball.
Oh yeah. Oh.
There is our VPIP numbers again.
Giljack's almost up to 20%. I was going to say, I love how Carlos is sporting the soccer jersey and
with the sport
still
jacket.
have a sport jacket on the chair.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. He's rocking the 3-stripe, not the 3-coin tonight. Got the 3-striped hat and the 3-striped soccer jersey.
Words are hard, so I understand.
And $1,000 from 3-coin with the King 4.
Ship it, bro. Nick game's not even on, man.
My son's graduating high school in a couple of years.
All right, hand number 96. That's 69 backwards. Coming at you.
Yes, sir. I'm so sure. What am I doing here? I'm straddling. That's right. He makes a straddle.
Z-Fish, suited Queen Jack. Makes it 150 to go.
Me too. I think you were going to win the one.
I don't think so. You got that risk. You're averse to injury. I wish I was.
3-coin, unsuited gapper. Unlikely to play. Does make the fold, and wow, that's all it takes. Z-Fish raises the win.
That's what I love about this whole table.
All right, another shout out here coming at you guys because I'm not long for the world, as we've got the 250K guaranteed even bigger one coming at you here very soon in just a little over a week and a half. We got Wednesday the 24th. Week, I guess what, just a week from tomorrow?
That's right, next Wednesday.
The day 1As start kicking off, as well as the remaining day 1s going through Saturday, day 2 on Sunday, day 3, the final table live streamed coming at you on Monday the 29th. $300 buy-in, 30K starting stack with a whole lot of money up top, probably going to be 50, 60, maybe even 70K.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good one. Yeah, 10%. Make it to day 2. You're in the money if you make it to day 2. And, of course, everybody wanting to make that final table. That'll start at 7 p.m. on that Monday night.
Hey, yeah.
Chance to win some big bucks.
10-10-7 here with 2 clubs. Jack 9 of clubs there for Benham, but it's a queen on the turn. Goes from flush and gut shot outs to flush and up and down outs, but 3-coin gonna hit the pair of queens, and that will improve him to the best hand.
9, case 9 would be a dirty, dirty card, not to come.
He would have to be the best position.
Roddy, Rick, what I say earlier, somebody bet
Checks
down.
through, and the deuce of diamonds, the biggest brick out there.
Somebody raised my
3-coin says somebody raised me after I bet 500. Z-Fish will call with the 9s, and 3-coin's going to get a little rebate on some of his losses here. Drag a $1,500 pot. And with that, we're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour, which means it's almost time for Mr. R.J. Dufrizzle to join us and to take over for myself. How you doing, my man? How you hanging this evening?
Hot diggity dog. We doing okay. Good to see you guys here on a Tuesday night. Good to see Aaron back, rocking a fresh Vegas haircut, feeling good, ready to rock
Hell
again.
Yeah. That's right. Got some fresh threads over here. Some fresh cuts. Things are looking good, man.
There we go.
Can't complain.
How'd you eat in Vegas? Did you eat good?
Honestly, with how poorly you can eat there if you're not careful,
Right, it's
I
a
feel
strange
like
question.
I ate pretty good.
There you go.
I mean, I was eating out the whole time, so very few opportunities to, like, you know, go and buy food and prepare meals and whatever. When I've gotten Airbnbs with friends in the past, we have been able to do that, right? You have a full-size refrigerator, you've got like a kitchen, you can, you know, stock up on stuff, and it's not just like overwhelming the counter space in your little hotel room. So I have done that before. This trip was purely eating out, but I feel like I did a pretty good job of, you know, getting good breakfast every day and then not buying $15 hot dogs from the little hot dog stand there at the WSOP. Like going in and getting a decent meal. So yeah, I felt like
a lot of good restaurants out there. There's a lot of good options. That's awesome, man.
That is true. I did not get to go to Ping Pang Pong, and I did not get you any T-shirts or paraphernalia.
That was the next question.
Said Ping Pang Pong.
Didn't hear anything about Ping Pang Pong, and there it is. He didn't make it.
Well, we're going to have to go back.
Yep.
This is true. There will be more opportunities to go to Ping Pang Pong, my friend. All right, well, I think that's as good a time as any as we roll across the 10 o'clock Central Time spot for me to bow out, to give the floor over to RJ and Eric. I hope you guys all had a fantastic evening. I know I did. Lots of chips flying, lots of good stuff as far as the poker goes, and I'm just happy to be back. So good to be here, hanging out with all y'all. Look forward to seeing you next week. Take care, everybody. Good night. You guys enjoy.
All right, good night, brother.
Thanks, Aaron. Have a good one, brother.
All right, peace out, guys.
That was the great Aaron McAvoy, Aaron Money McAvoy, who always joins us from our Austin location. Just got back from Vegas. Hoping he'll come up here and join us here pretty soon for one of our big tournaments. I know we've got the Poker Atlas Tour is going to be coming back in about a month.
Nice.
Big tournaments going on all week long, though.
I was wondering when Poker Atlas was going to make it back. I was hoping that it would. I know that tour's been out kicking around, splashing around, hoping it was going to make another stop.
It is going to be back. Don't have all the info just yet. I'm sure we will get that to y'all shortly, but it is coming back. And, of course, we always run that at both locations when that is in town, so we'll have all those tournaments going when that series is here. But for now, we've got tournaments every day at both locations.
TCH Dallas was rocking today, by the way. Their tournaments, the $50 bounty this morning was cranking, and the $100 bounty, $300 buy-in tonight.
75 entries or
70-something.
70
Yeah,
something,
$4,000 up top. That's a phenomenal tournament for a random Tuesday night. What a fun hand we have here, by the way. With a queen high flop to go with Z-Fish Ace Queen and HCR's Queen Jack.
Yeah, both players out flopping the Ace King of Carlos. HCR has not had a great night tonight. Just the cards have not been cooperating him. And again, he's got second best right now. He's going to need a lot of help when Z-Fish puts in either a call or a raise here. Try to isolate.
He does indeed.
And he says, I hate this hand.
Yeah, that's always a fun spot where you can call to try to keep the side pot player in the pot, or you can isolate to try to get the money that's there. And I couldn't tell exactly which one he went with.
Opportunities. Oh, he gets the river on the first one. Oh!
Bring in the filth.
When your night is not going good, sometimes you need a miracle. How about two?
Glad I could show up and bring the naughtiness right here. Jack
How
on the
about
first board. Jack
two miracles
on the second board.
Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack jumped over a candle and almost burned off his... Anyway, two jacks there for HCR. As Jack did not burn himself, he showed up twice, and HCR gets paid. What a hand. What a hand. And Z-Fish is disgusted not once, but twice.
Needs it once, bangs it twice. Take the whole pot.
And HCR says Z-Fish is dead on this hand.
Z-Fish, he still got plenty of chips over there.
He does.
That did put him below 0, though, so he might be a little cranky now. Sitting over there with 21K. Down 1K after that pot.
He is in the crank tank.
Very rude.
What a hand to walk into, RJ. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
glad I could bring the heat for you guys.
Money McAvoy leaves. RJ Dupree comes in and just an onslaught.
Jack, he's a friend of mine.
And there you go, Carlos. There's your ace-king, buddy.
Now the ace king comes.
I think he was talking to you, man.
Flop lag is a science.
Yep, rocking that Spain jersey in honor of the Euro Cup champions. Viva España.
The Spaniards, huh?
I think he's practicing rolling his R's now.
Little trill. 4-hour mark has just been hit. We are 101 hands in.
101.
Cranking.
Christian in the box. What's up, Christian?
Yeah, his brother Nate was in the chat earlier. Hopefully some of these players have some friends and family. Of course, Seth always has his buddies join in and giving him a little hell. He's been running great tonight.
All those guys that lose the 40 with Seth, all of his buddies that do not want to run Seth in a race, they come hanging out in the chat. We appreciate that.
Jack 8-8. This one might get nasty too. 3-coin flopping top pair here. Carlos with another premium. It just doesn't hit anything. Both his opponents smash this flop.
Z-Fish on the button here with that Queen 8 flopping trips here. Paying special attention to 3-coin leading out pot right there.
Z-Fish gave him a little fisheye there.
Couple times.
Having some flashbacks of the jacks as there is one on the board.
So he just calls on the button and that brings in Carlos as well.
Carlos now.
Might we see a 10 of diamonds on the turn? Ay, ay, ay.
And might we get a king of diamonds on the river one time? We have not had a royal flush on our stream that I know of.
Yeah, Carlos picking up all kinds of outs here with that 10 of diamonds.
Z-Fish, 68%.
What does he think of that card? Check, check to Z-Fish on the button.
He's looking at both opponents.
Yeah, Carlos coming in there. Got to throw Z-Fish off just a bit.
And the 10 is a spicy card. Does have a blocker to the Queen 9. Thinking Carlos should not have too many.
He will not mess around. He's betting
7 9s here.
2,200.
Definitely going to get a call out of Carlos.
So 3-coin now, trying to figure out what kind of mess he is in.
No diamonds in his hand, right? So he's got to be putting one of these two guys on a potential diamond draw here.
He liked his hand on the flop, but he's probably not liking it now.
Yeah, he was called in 2 spots on the flop when he bet. And now, after checking, facing a pretty big size in here. from the Fish. Makes the call for 2,200. 3 coins going to need a jack. Carlos needs a diamond.
Or a king.
Oh
Jack
my
of
gosh.
Clubs. Holy 3 coin.
And the Fish cannot dodge the jacks.
Oh my goodness. He's going to punish here.
And this is the one time tonight that 3 coin has not gone all in
He
with
did
a big
not.
hand.
Yeah, he did not go with the punishment size. He went 3K here.
3 coin has just decided to go value-y against 2 opponents here.
Awful milky here, which in the long run is more painful than...
Yeah, Z-Fish is just disgusted. Back-to-back hands, back-to-back rivers, and it's the damn jack every time.
Ugh. I was just kidding about Jack being a friend of mine. I'd rather have some Jim. Z-Fish looking around like he knows what just happened, and holy cow, lays it in the muck. What a baller.
Carlos now with just 2 pair, jacks and 8s with the ace high, wondering if he can maybe pick off a bluff here.
Carlos trying to think of a spicy way he can win this pot. There are none.
Floor live
He
stream.
just called the clock on him. That also doesn't happen very often.
That does not happen very often. Interesting here. A little bit of a quick clock, but there has been a little time. So no problem. They all show the hand.
Interesting. Z-Fish just freaking disgusted though.
Yeah.
My wife is still up, so she can go pick him up. So that's why I had to go pick him up. If you want to play that game. You guys want to start?
One more round of knit buttons.
Let's do it. Another round of knits.
Got just under an hour left to go in our live stream, and these guys want to get after it one more time.
I said maybe a big bet like that. Maybe I play a week. Okay, so, well, besides making the call on the
Woo.
that-
Yeah, 2 nasty runouts here. Back-to-back hands for Z-Fish. But still got plenty of chips in his stack. I mean, really. Had to double up HCR there, but HCR was running a little low, so you're probably going to double him up anyway there. And a phenomenal job of saving 3,000 on that river. So it could have been worse.
I really love trying to do that, so I was just nervous.
No, it's my first time someone's called a clock on this.
Well, I hope it's not your last. And you can call it on me anytime you want to. I really didn't do it for you ever again.
Yeah.
Other than,
No, it couldn't be anything except the clock.
I would try to do you a favor either. I just, yeah, you're no.
That was interesting. He said, you can call the clock on me anytime. He said, that'll be the last time.
What can I do? Heads up, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't count unless floor gets there, so you're good.
Yep.
All is good.
Yeah.
I heard call the river. Obviously, just like happened to you, you never know.
Oh, yeah.
All right, fun little hand here under the gun. Slick Rick 3 bets with his ace-8. So he got to throw in the 3 bet with his ace from his straddle position. And that flop never comes in when I 3-bet with ace-8.
You know why? Because you don't 3-bet with ace-8.
I have before, and I didn't get that flop.
That's good. Checked through.
So now Slick Rick holding 100% of the equity, the best hand and the best draw.
Yeah, the only draw.
King, queen, king, jack goes away.
Did he get rid of the knit button? Okay. Showed the hand, yeah.
Okay, he did show it.
You know, we're gonna have a hand.
I saw that there. I'm like, fuck.
I didn't know it's gonna be the three of us at one.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous tonight coming in. I-35, they're having a construction project up there in Louisville, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yep, it got me again today.
I'm about to go sit in a parking lot.
It got me again today.
I was able to dodge it by way of the service road today. So then the service road ends right after the madness ended. So it was perfect. No problem. Made it here on time.
It's been a fun one since the jump. I missed a few hands before I got in, and I think Slick Rick got stacked super early on before I got here. I got here about 10 hands in, and it's been a wild one ever since. A lot of fun.
Nice. Yeah, it's good to see some good stacks moving around, and
yeah, Nick has got his stack off a single buy-in up to almost 26K.
There you go. That's a juicy stack. And he's been the clean run of the night, you say?
Yeah, he might be in for just a little more than the 5K. We'll see those profit and loss numbers here in just a second.
Well, he's liking his hand here. He's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely don't see 3-coin going anywhere.
Oh, pardon me. I have my hands backwards.
Yeah.
3-coin's in a good spot. So 3-coin did check raise here, right?
Indeed.
Okay, so that'll be the end of that one.
Shows it. The 2-seat is on fire. Just took him going in the whole 20K to finally start running good.
Well, there you go. Now you got some winners.
But just like we had a couple streams ago when the player who was on the ultimate heater ended up dusting off the whole stack, we've got the opposite going. So maybe Randy can walk out of here with a little bit of cheddar instead of his tail between his legs like it seemed like he was going to have, because he was down heaps.
We don't like to see Randy cranky. We want to see Randy catch a little run here. It's hard to make that guy cranky, though. He's pretty awesome, happy dude.
Yeah,
but it is fun. He still enjoys the enjoyment of competing. So it does
for sure
sticks with him when it goes badly, and it makes you feel good when it goes great.
It has been a swingy session for 3-coin. No doubt he stacked Z-Fish early on, 7s against queens, flopped a 7.
But think.
Then he got stacked 4 times, and he's got it back going now.
So it's been madness. Slick Rick on his best behavior from the small blind, as you should be. Small blind dangerous.
Randy put himself in a little mini blender there to make this call, but he's going to make it. And now it's up to Benham. He's going to complete the action here. We're going 3 ways to a flop.
King, queen, deuce. Flop sneaking around and missing everyone. Be interesting to see if anyone's able to take advantage of that.
Z-Fish definitely going to continue representing his range here. Randy's going to fold, throw a little tipper over to Christian.
Ace-4. I'll say
Ace-4 win.
Hey, you play so well, man.
Let's see, we got seat 1, 9 seat, 5, 6, and 7, all still with their knit buttons.
Knit game is early for this round.
That's right.
Z-Fish got rid of his. Yeah, it's interesting that 3-coin stood up, took a little stretch on that one. He's like, man, my ace high's probably good here, but I don't want to mess
You've
with it.
noticed throughout the stream, when he stands up, when he stretches back, a lot of times those are when some big, wild, and crazy decisions come in, but it's kind of cooled down a little bit. Taking a little more time, putting a little bit more thought into his decisions than he was early on in the stream. Thank you, TH. This table is really cool. The felt they've put on this sucker is beautiful. We've had several different felts throughout the few years on here, and this is our newest one we've had for several months now, with the Dallas skyline, that kind of light blue and kind of purpley lavender type colors there, kind of help everything else stick out. Really enjoying this look. So thank you.
All clubs, very special flop.
Thank you, Hansbridge.
Nobody really has any clubs. We got 9 of clubs and a 4 of clubs out there, none of which too appealing, but 3-coin might find his appealing enough as he's open-ended with the 9 of clubs.
Open-ender with the club gets it done. Go. That looks like our VPIP numbers down there. Look at that. Randy up top. No surprise there. 51%. Z-Fish, Carlos, everybody else kind of in that 30% range. Seth and Giljack kind of down at the bottom. Giljack's kind of hovered right around the 20%, that Mendoza line we always talk about.
Right.
He was down at 16% for the longest time.
He's been hanging out.
And he's wearing a shirt, a sweatshirt, Archie. I don't know if you noticed. It says anti-knit on it.
Knits are bad.
The anti-knit campaign, it says.
Having a rough night on the anti-knit campaign, but it's all right. I mean, sometimes card debt is real. It's
fun hands here. And there's another one. Randy waking up with a couple of jiggities. The 2-piece McJiggities.
J Diggity. Let's do it. Yeah, and Giljack's trying to splash around right here from his button, but getting some resistance as 3-coin has 3 bets 1,200 with his jacks.
Yeah, Giljack really tried to get rid of his knit button last time. Cost him quite a bit.
Those knit buttons can get a little pricey sometimes. Like a trip to the Galleria. Queen 10-5. Great flop for HCR. Queen high.
Yeah, HCR stack to pot ratio here. Pretty close.
Going to be running a little thin here once he decides to bet.
Randy's got the glasses on now.
Yeah, right. And it's always fun with jacks in this spot against a player that's stacked pot ratioed almost.
He's pretty much going to put him all in here. Ace queen.
Went with 3K. Says if we're going to play it, let's play it.
This is HCR's chance for a full double up. Don't see any rhyme or reason for him to not just ship it here.
Always a fun spot when you play that hand to get that flop, and then you're like, what the heck just happened? Like
all in and a call.
Like I've got to roll with this.
Going one time.
HCR doesn't like his hand since he was insta-called. But
oh, no ace, no 9.
King.
King. There we go. No jack run out this time.
Made it interesting there. Open-ended for 3-coin on the turn. Gave him a 9, an ace, or a jack.
Full double up for HCR, and that's got to feel good as he's another player that was trying to get out of a hole.
Pardon me, the jacks were not live after that turn. That would have gave HCR Broadway.
I know.
I got a reprieve.
But a nice double up for HCR. Ace
Absolutely.
queen gets a queen high flop.
Got to get his stack a little bit more on the right side. He's up to 11.3K in his stack now. It's always fun when a player will throw you a tip after losing a hand.
Put a little extra shake in him, dealer.
He wants a little extra mix up.
Well, if you're going to ask for a little extra shake, that's the way to do it.
That's right.
Throw in a little change with it, and you'll get an extra shake.
Shout out to all the dealers, though, and the staff here at TCH. Some of the best in the business.
Dude, the best.
Best in Texas. No doubt about it. 6 clubs across the state. Possibly growing. And couldn't do it without the best dealers in the biz.
Such a cool environment here at Texas Card House in the Dallas area, with the Dallas location and the Las Colinas location. Dealers coming from all around the world, all around the country, everywhere, just to deal right here. Texas Card House.
I looked just about an hour and a half ago. There were still 22 tables on a Tuesday night over at Las Colinas.
Just cranking.
22 cash tables in a state where gambling is, otherwise not legal, but we have legal poker here
Legal
in Texas.
20-something over there, probably 10 here.
Absolutely.
Plenty of poker to be had.
Tournament and 10, 12 tables going on over here at the Dallas location.
Fun hand here is Speedy Seth raised it up early position with his pocket 4s. We have a 3-bet and a 4-bet.
And a call here from 3Coin, who's got the
mystery hand.
The Jack Link's mystery hand. Not sure what he might have, as I've already seen a couple other aces folded, so
calling a 4-bet here
might eliminate some of those, ace jack, ace queen, ace king type of holdings.
Slick Rick not wanting to mess with his ace 10.
Surely you didn't do that with that.
There we go. King Jack of diamonds versus Queen for Giljack.
King ball comes right out, no problem.
Only one overcard and bink right on the flop.
Right in the last hand, 3Coin couldn't fade the one
and he
overcard.
Rips it.
Putting Giljack in a squirmy blender.
I've got 6, 7,000.
My oldest lifelong friends is an IT at Southwest Airlines.
Over 2x pot. Rip City for 3Coin.
He does. He works with the maintenance division.
Got the backdoor spades. One overcard out there.
I swear to God, I was scared to death here in the hand.
Fun spot here for 3Coin, just ripping it. 5,400 into a pot of, what was that, about 2,900 or so?
No, I'm worried about his stack, not your stack. No, that's what I meant. Not you as a player. Those chips scare the hell out of me. That hurts. No, it's a chip sizing deal. It's all it was, I promise you. And I meant that. That's exactly what I meant. Not you as a player, I promise.
Yeah, my dad was a huge Southwest flyer. Called it the company.
Yeah, this time Giljack has 5,400 in his stack. Last time, HCR had 4,000. So 3Coin,
I really meant that.
just by the position and the chip stacks, he does find himself in a little spot here to pick on the guys trying to grind on their short stacks.
Yeah, and TH mentioning in our chat too that Randy 3Coin has played on some other streams that he's seen out in California.
That's right, getting all famous on us and stuff.
He's played in some streams down in Austin. He's played quite a bit of other streams, but he's an OG to our club and has been a staple in this Dallas area for a while. Got the cool clothing line that he's kicked off. He was in the barbecue business, I think, a restaurant business for a long time with his family, and got the 3Coin merch business rocking, and been on our live stream for a long time. And we've had the pleasure of knowing him and about him, and now the world's getting to see him as he's
it's cool to see Randy become a celebrity. out there a little bit.
Yeah, playing in Vegas and playing in California and all over the place. So, well-traveled man is getting to do a little bit more traveling and get some exposure. Love seeing it. He's an absolute joy to be around. I know that.
Yep. If you can be anything, be a pleasure, and Randy's awful good at that.
Amen.
Queen 6-6, no sixes in the holdings.
Continue to run pretty darn good here. Carlos, though,
We do have a heart draw and a queen.
gonna make the call.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it will take a while. Yeah.
And Randy wastes no time going over 7x now pot. Showing that his house was indeed full and Carlos's hearts were
Well, here we
dead.
go.
He could've
Brady's
hit a-
playing like he's trying to get back above 0 here.
Carlos had an out, could have hit a king for a bigger full house,
Yeah.
but drawing
Mix
thin.
them up. Next thing, you're out, got a shot. And you're mixing them.
Dina Men joining.
What up, Dina? Speaking of one of the Rockstar fine dealers,
That's right, top
Texas
dog.
Card House.
But don't you be staring her down after a bad beat now. She'll call you out on it.
Oh yeah, I like it. I have to remember that. If I can remember it. Usually after I take a tough card, the dealer's like the last thing I'm thinking
Yeah,
of.
it's
But
funny when you see those players try to intimidate a dealer
I know,
after
right?
a hand, just stare him
Yeah.
down. And
me, half the time I couldn't even tell you who dealt what.
Nick gonna see how he is feeling here with these pocket threes. Gonna see where he stands, and he's getting called here. Benham's got the goods. Nick might try one more time now that that ace came out.
Just to make sure. Let's see, Benham's probably on the button here. Yeah, he's on the button.
Well, Speedy Seth needs to get his buddies to tell him to get off the phone on the
Yeah,
stage.
Speedy. I mean, sitting on your knees is not off the stage, sir. Golly. I tell you what.
There's Miss Dina says, hi, hi.
These fast guys, they just do what they want.
Does put in another bet, and Benham with a call.
Boom, we fixed it just like that. He's back.
My daughter texted me like 2 months ago and said, we're getting an addition to the family. Of course, my heart leapt a little bit on that. She wouldn't
Yeah,
tell me that.
TH says 3 coins getting big enough that he thought he was from LA.
Yep. He actually is from LA, as in Louisiana. That is where he is originally from, but he's been in Dallas for a hot minute.
I think he invites everybody to Texas on some of those streams. So yeah, he usually lets out a few hints here and there, but definitely getting out there for sure.
Yeah, hell, he was out in the ocean playing in poker tournaments. He had a nice run, and what was that, a WPT
Yeah, the
cruise?
The WPT cruise. Yeah, Poker Mama ran final table on that one.
And I think he got a big score
Yeah,
himself.
I think that was the same one. Yep.
Yep. Fun guy though. But TH, what town outside LA are you from? My dad was born and raised in Fullerton. He lived walking distance from Disneyland there in Anaheim.
There you go.
Back in the day, he and his brother would walk down to Disneyland. Thank the good Lord they moved to Texas,
I
though.
used to have a
Otherwise, I
couple
would
of
have been
Cal
born.
State Fullerton baseball hats, and man, I thought I was hot stuff when I wore those things.
That's some good baseball out there.
Yeah.
Pepperdine and Cal State Fullerton.
And actually, the year I redshirted at OU played against Fullerton at Bricktown at the big ballpark in Oklahoma City, so that was kind of fun.
Really, Wheeler? He claims he's from Louisiana.
There's not a room that intimidates.
I've heard him say numerous times that he's actually from Louisiana. But I'll take your word for it.
Yep. Could have been one of those deals where were you born? Where'd you go to high school? What do you claim nowadays?
Yeah, what do you claim?
Who knows?
9, 5, 10. Couple players flopping the Niners. Slick Rick and Carlos. Nick sitting on those threes again, thinking, when am I going to get a set of threes?
When am I going to get a pair larger than threes?
He did earlier. He had fours.
Okay.
Got quad fours.
Ooh, okay, quads help.
Took too long to play golf. Well, quit.
Yep, so Wheeler says Henderson's out there in East Texas.
Oh, it
so
is.
He's been running around out there for a while, probably.
One of my high school football coaches from Plano left and went and coached in Henderson. So
There you go.
Definitely familiar with that part of Tejas.
Rosamond, California. Rosamond? Am I saying that
Rosamond,
right?
yeah.
Rosamond. Depends on if you can roll your R's or not.
Look at that. Slick Rick putting in the raise there with second pair.
Get him, Rick.
Gets the ace-9 to fold. And also gets the pocket threes of Nick to fold.
I love that spot. That spot right there is a good spot to know if you're focused on your game or not. You know what I mean? When you hit that second pair, and you're like, man, that's A, this might be good, and B, I think I can take this down. And goes with the maneuver, takes it down. And obviously that's a spot in the 1, 2, 2, 5 streets that we don't try very often as gullible amateurs, but when you are able to pull it off, you're usually focused and in your game and ready to rock.
50 to play?
Yeah, 50.
Well, that's a big shout out from TH saying that he's in California, got done playing at WSOP, but he wants to come play more at TCH because he loves the way the tournaments are run here. So
there you go.
Huge shout outs to Donovan and the whole gang that runs Devin, everybody that runs the tournaments, Felipe.
3,900 tonight in a daily Tuesday night tournament.
Yep.
So you don't get to see those very often.
Oh yeah, the tournament on Thursday night, it's like $175 buy-in and
Right.
$150 buy-in, and it's been like $7K up top.
Goodness gracious.
You know,
Yeah, you don't get
Friday
to play.
night has a deep stack tournament.
Nowhere in the country do you get to play for dailies like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, good stuff.
Three coin with the best of it here with his raggedy 084. See, Fish has a ace-9 in position.
There's that pesky jack that showed up on so many rivers.
It's going to help Nick out this time.
There's that 3-coin lean.
Yeah, some of that might be frustrated that he wasn't able to take advantage of the turn when he knew he might have been able to. Nick gets to show his hand, get rid of the knit button. No knit for Nick.
No knit Nick.
Far left. There you go. Middle of that stack. No, you got it. Far left stack. Middle.
We can't get those win-loss numbers back up. Here
Boom,
they are.
just like that.
Nick is up 13K. Slick Rick up 10K. Seth still up 7.3K. Everybody else is in the red. Look at that, though. 3-coin, who was down 20K, is only down 7,500 for the night.
There you go.
Huge run up from that.
He's got that arrow trucking in the right direction.
I mean, he was in the cellar. Bottom dweller in the cellar.
Still several players down 10K or more.
Yeah, at one point we had
or 5K or more
we
anyway.
had 3 players that were in for a combined 45K.
Ooh.
It was pretty nasty.
So we brought the rebuy wizard to tonight's game. I like it.
Yeah, rebuy wizard has been in effect tonight. See who can flop a set here.
Very special. All spades.
No one flopping a set here.
Z Fish trying to avoid that 1 over. And he's got the only spade. Might not find any resistance here. And does not. He'll be able to take it down.
HCR saying, I don't think I can pull a Randy and spike a deuce on the river.
Bowling a jack on both boards.
Randy is not scared to try to spike a deuce on you.
Yeah. I guess the jacks. Now that I think about it, the jacks.
Yeah, trying to play it.
Because his jack sucked out on me, and both of your jacks sucked out on me.
Z Fish recalling the pain of Jack.
Jacks are killers.
Barrels, live
Barrels. Somebody wants some more money.
There you go. Carlos getting out some cash. Ready to refill a little bit here. Still with about 40 minutes, 30 minutes to go, or maybe less. Still plenty of time to put in a refill to see what you can make it run, make it rain.
Interesting spot here. This has happened a couple times tonight with
Jill Jack
pocket tens specifically. People that are out of position having to call 3 and 4 bets with the pocket tens. You know, it's like, what do you do?
Yeah, I love it.
You pray for a 9-high flop and that your tens are good.
Yeah, big chips. Just 2 yellow if you got it.
Yes.
We can see the cards. We know his hand is good currently.
And a lot of times it's awful tough to run the 3 and 4 bet game in 1 2s and 2 5s, and we're not totally familiar with it. But this, in these deeper formats, is where it works out, right? Putting the pressure on the 10s. But this time, Giljack will have none of it. He has put in the 4 bet for 1,500.
Please tell me I missed what. Wow, I mean, that is a 4 bet. Wow, queens were just thrown into the muck.
Ay-ya-ya.
Ay-ya-ya. What is going on here in this hand?
He snuck that in on us. Those queens were quickly put in the muck.
Queens were folded so quickly there.
But
that is good news.
We're on TV. We totally saw it.
Good news for Giljack, though, as that one of his opponent's outs has been removed.
It's 7:30, Randy.
Okay, thank you.
I think Christian just lied and told Randy that it was only 7:30. Wow.
Deuce, deuce, Trey.
Look at this.
2 diamonds for Seth and a great flop for 10s.
Knit button battle. Over pair versus nut flush draw and 2 overs.
Giljack not holding a diamond here, so
yeah, stack to pot ratio only about 1.
takes one of Seth's outs away, as a 10 of diamonds would not do him any good with that board paired. All in from Giljack.
He's definitely going to make this call. Not sure if they're going to run this once or twice, but
36.70. That's pretty much right at the pot size bet. Now this pot balloons up to 10,000. We're going to run it twice.
oh, first pitch.
Oh,
Full house.
my gosh.
Full house on the river, the deuce.
Stuck on the river. That is nasty. And then a clean run out.
Clean
for the
run out.
second one. The 10s will scoop.
Wow, first pitch, nut flush.
Oh, my goodness.
Full house on the river with the deuce. The deuce is loose.
The flush gets counterfeited, basically, with that crazy duck on the river.
Not going to hurt Seth too much, as he still was holding a pretty big stack. It is going to cut into his profit, as he was really running good tonight until that spot. What a hand. And the queens were folded. Queens would have won that.
Queens would have won
God
that.
bless
yes.
America.
What are we doing here? Letting the ladies go, huh?
Yeah, that 4-bet chased off the ladies. Woo! But yeah, that's what I was saying a little bit before that hand was starting. You know, when your stack sizes are much deeper and playing for some real coin, 4-bets and 5-bets are a new facet of the game, right? For people that are normally playing with $400 or $500 stacks, 1, 2, any of that kind of noise, not used to a lot of 3-betting. You do see some of that 3-betting around here, especially here in Dallas, but there's not enough room to maneuver it like these guys can. There's so many people jamming on you and whatnot in 1-2 streets, and makes it a little more difficult. But wow, what a hand!
It wouldn't surprise me if like it's the same. Yeah, I like that one.
So Seth's going to add on a bit here. He's adding on 2K. See if he can catch a little run down the stretch here.
Yeah, TH, that's part of the production team's kind of gig there. We are on a delay, but those lights are kind of done with the production crew. When they let them know who the action is on, the lights change. I'm really not even familiar with how they do all that fancy schmancy stuff back there. We got a production room right next to us here.
We got 2 rock stars in that room, and they are running the buttons. And yeah, those buttons have something to do with those lights.
There is a wall directly behind the seat 2 and 3 there, 3-coin and Bid'em. And that is where the production team is. And then right behind them is us here in the booth.
That's where we get to hang out.
These 2 cool dudes right here.
Hey, what up? Catch me while I'm lounging, man.
That's right, buddy. It's a good hair day for both of us. We're wearing hats.
Indeed.
Holding on for dear life.
Dear life.
The follically challenged. I'm just hoping when my hair does go, I look as good as 3-coin, rocking that bald dome.
Yeah. Yep.
But we still got a lot of hair. We're holding on.
We might have to let our whiskers grow out a little bit like that or something.
That Sam Elliott mustache.
7-9 rainbow.
Often you make it back over to France.
Once a year for sure. Yeah. I'm looking for it. Yeah. One time Christmas, one time Valentine. Yeah. Worth it. Really recommend the Really?
Turn pairs the board here, making Nick's hand a little more stronger. He's up 73% in equity now.
Pretty fun, though, turn with the spades.
Slick Rick picking up flush outs and still with the...
One of those 2 available 8s would be... Well, there's 3 that are available, the 8 of spades as well. But the non-spade 8s would be kind of out of nowhere and would probably get him paid. These are a couple of... Well, these are the big stacks. We've got 21K and 24K between these 2 players. Slick Rick looks like he's going to choose to raise this. Try to build this pot in case he does hit a spade.
So Slick Rick finding some spots here to maneuver. This time up against a pretty good hand in Nick's ace-jack. Be interesting to see what Nick wants to do here.
Yeah, interesting body language there from Nick. If you noticed, clearly not liking the raise there. Slick Rick's definitely got to be picking up on that. Knows he's got an ace.
That's number 1. Number 2, I don't know if you've noticed, if you eat a pizza in Italy, you don't get like this super heavy.
Yeah, with this interesting body language, a brick on the river could create some chaos. All right, what are you going to bring us, Christian? Ace. That is a card that will not bring chaos.
Yeah.
And he's going to check it, though, over to Slick Rick.
Yeah, that's true.
Might as well try.
He's too smart for
Slick
that.
Rick will have none of it. Insta checks.
Good quality.
Nice hand, he says.
Pretty much standard. Because the regulations are so
Yeah.
I don't hate the check there. You know,
Right, yeah.
small bet maybe gets called by a 7, but you're not getting paid by anything else once the board double pairs. So just hope your opponent goes a little nutso
Yeah,
there
might
on
as
the
well.
river, and
Yep.
then let him hang himself. And Slick Rick, a little too intuitive for that.
So yeah, Slick Rick, a frustrating sigh there, but really well played. That was perfect.
He's like, come on, kid, I'm an Ivy Leaguer. I'm too smart for this.
Stuck out on the river, huh? Stuck out on the river?
Slick Rick says no, it was not a suck out.
Don't tell him anything, Rick.
We said Nick might need an upgrade from the pocket threes.
Well, he's got an upgrade now, and he's got some company.
Ooh. The Blackbirds. And here's the two-piece McJiggities. Special sauce. Next door, King 10 of diamonds. He's going to come along.
Nick aces, HCR jacks, 3-coin, King 10 suited.
Look at this bet.
4-bet from Nick for 2,200.
And this has been HCR's night. He has had some good hands, and every time.
So we saw him just throw queens in the muck while ago facing a 4-bet.
He has just had second or third best. He's just never had the best hand. He's had to get it in bad. Good fold.
And yeah, Nick's line here actually much more stronger than the line that was taken earlier there by...
Yep. The Jiggities go into the muck, and the King 10 out of position is going to come along.
He'll see a flop.
Oh.
And 2 diamonds. A flop we see.
Oh, my goodness. 15K effective between these two players.
Did we just get an all-in? What just happened here?
You went all in? You're first. I'm all in.
Oh my gosh, he changed the action.
All right, out of order.
Nonetheless, whatever. We're gonna get all in here. Aces for Nick. Flush draw for 3-coin.
One time, Randy said. Wow.
King on the river. But
Wow, he's going to felt him right there. 3-coin gets felted.
Woo!
Built that stack all the way up.
So a big pot for Nick here.
$35,000 pot for Nick.
Unbeatable, unbeatable.
Holy cannoli.
35K, that's a pretty good sized pot. It's going to felt 3-coin, and that will balloon Nick's stack all the way up to 44,000 now.
Super, super swingy session for 3-coin, but, I mean, the cards just have gone his way some and not his way quite a bit. That is crazy.
I came to get out.
Yeah, our wildest 4 versus the West's wildest 4, but we get 3-coin. That's all there is to it. Rot79 checking in from Twitch. What's up, RJ? Hello, Rot. It's good to see you, man.
What a game. And Nick, I don't know if that's the biggest pot he's ever won, but congratulations on that one, brother. Still about 8 minutes left in this.
Don't you want to know what it feels like for me to tip you?
35K pot.
Woo! Want a little chili and cheese with that burger.
And some of our biggest pots on this stream have come down to like that last 15 minutes. And that one was a doozy.
Do not give up on a stream in its last 30 minutes. Things get funky.
Absolutely insane. I don't know if 3-coin is getting any more chips for the table, but he's eating some
Yeah, he's like,
chips.
I'm gonna finish my Pringles here.
I'm just gonna pop a can of Pringles. Think he's actually just gonna call it quits. He knows the stream's coming to an end, so he's gonna shut her down for the night. But always entertaining, Mr. Randy 3-coin. Again, check him out on the socials.
That's right. Oh, he is a fun follow. Along with, let's see, Slick Rick at our game tonight. I know he's a fun follow.
Yeah.
Gil Poker.
Gil Poker.
There he goes. Gil Jack Poker.
Gil Jack Poker, yeah, excuse us.
There.
We'll get back to all the socials in a second as HCR has finally flopped himself
Now we got a set.
a nice hand, set of 5s.
Not a whole lot out there otherwise, but HCR happy to flop a set of 5s, and he will take it down.
Yeah, you check out 3 Coins clothing brand line on Instagram at 3.coin.
I'm gonna have to go get me a hat. I used to have a hat just like the one Benham's wearing without the gangster sticker, and I have misplaced it. So I'm gonna have to go buy me a 3-coin hat. I'm gonna help support the 3-coin brand, and I'll be
a lot of cool vintage,
excited.
clothing, and it's kind of like a fresh take on vintage clothing, kind of that thrift store style with a little bit of pizzazz and his own twist to it. Got some cool kind of fashion creators that are doing it with him, but he's the man of many hats and many shirts, and we're all for it, especially since it's helping grow and support the poker community here in the Dallas area. So check him out.
Yeah, Dallas Poker's been loving it. We got us a hand here in the straddle, so we'll see if we can find anything to go along with it. Seth in the +1 makes it 250 with pocket 6s. Slick Rick 3 bets with kings.
It's almost like Slick Rick's fighting a smile here. Made it big. Knows the stream is coming to an end.
Seth just rebought now, so he's looking to splash a little bit here down the stretch. Or he didn't rebuy, but he did add on there. Added on 2K, I think. Nothing too crazy, but
oh my gosh.
That means he's open for business, but how about flopping quads for Slick Rick?
How about quads for Slick Rick?
And he's going to downsize here. Throttles back all the way to a bet of 200. Queen of Hearts on the turn.
Good card for Seth, and I mean good card in that he can get away
yeah,
even
hopefully
easier.
It'll save you a few bucks. Okay.
Another overcard. Fortunate for
10
Seth.
of diamonds. Not a whole lot of pain here for Seth. We'll see what kind of bet Slick Rick puts out here.
The ace jack gets there. Obviously, a lot of other overcards. Seth is going to try it, though. He's trying to get rid of that knit button.
1,200. So Rick.
Let me check my cards again. Yep.
Rick down-click the flop, checks the turn, and does indeed induce a bet out of Seth. And that knit button.
I think I still have quads. Let me go ahead and raise him up here.
So we'll have a little bit of a presentation here, and once the raise goes in, this hand will probably be over.
2 words.
That'd work too.
All in.
Yes, that says he's got about 6K behind, so yeah, we might hear that. Indeed we did. And the hand is over. Nice hand for Slick Rick.
He's going to show it to him.
Says take a peek at that, would you? Take a peek at that. There's quads in there, boy. Quads.
How does it feel to hit quads?
Awesome.
Just gross. Just quads. Oh my goodness.
So here we go.
I feel like Slick Rick's done that on our stream a handful of times.
Quads?
Flopping quads, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Not a bad way to go.
I've done that a few times in my life. I think he's done that a couple times on our stream. Let's get those win-loss numbers back up one more time before we get out of here. What a fun stream. Just kept going.
I never thought that because, you know, that's it. This
It's kind of making me have a little itch to go get on those tables after we're done. I might have to join some of y'all crazy cats and kittens out there on the felt.
I got to go to Oklahoma City in the morning. Mom and all the crazies out there at the village at Oakwood, they watch us all the time. Shout out to them.
Right on.
But Mama had a fall, so we have a little spill in Oklahoma City we have to go take care of and get Mom feeling good.
Nice hand here for Seth after that nasty one. He's going to get a flush on the turn.
10 deuce of the diamond variety.
Open ender and a diamond for Carlos. He's trying to get rid of his knit button too.
Carlos missing his open ender. Big old deuce of clubs on the river.
And I think this is the battle, right? It's the two knit buttons.
And we have the raise.
Carlos going to have to fold.
Alan T says, who's in the commentating booth? Sounds like a tough guy. Well, thank you, Alan. I appreciate that.
He's not talking about you, RJ.
I'm much tougher than my bench press would indicate, so I appreciate that, buddy.
Hey, tough guy. What are you doing, Alan? Hope you're out there playing at the tables. Hope you're not sitting next to tough guy. And if you are, you might hear the words tough guy about 17,000 times.
Appreciate you checking in, tough guy.
Good people, Alan. Hope you're out there 3-betting Jason Hall with ace-8, wherever you are. Shout out to Coop Dog and Tay Tay for the great job in the production room today, doing their thing.
The all-star team on All-Star Night. Coop Dog and Tay Tay.
Taylor rocking that beautiful hat that was gifted to her. She's showing her support for the 2024 nominee, Hawk Tua.
Hawk Tua campaign.
Yep.
Was that?
I know there might be a couple people who want to play. So
when in doubt, spit on that thing.
You'll want to change the stakes
that thing.
Before I put it on the list and have them make a call.
We thought we'd laid that to rest.
Had to make an appearance.
Well, it's on a hat next to me. What do you do? All right, so Carlos is going to donate the $800 to this PLO flip here.
PLO flip.
And let's see.
Queen 6 of
Queen
spades.
6 of
That's
spades.
the second nuts. He hit every card on the board.
So Carlos loses the knit game, but looks like he gets all of his 800 back.
There we go. Love it when that
some.
happens.
Plus some.
Yeah, scoop that knit money right back. Love it.
What a hand. Well, there you have it, folks. Quick reminder that next week is the start of our even bigger one.
The even bigger one.
The Mas Grande, the even bigger one.
Best tournament in the country, possibly.
Starts Wednesday, July 24th, 10 a.m. for that first flight. Goes all the way through Saturday. That last flight will be 1H on Saturday at 5 p.m. If you make it to day 2, you will be playing, kicking back off at 2 p.m. on Sunday. Final table is going to be on Monday night. So if you make the final table, not only are you in the money, you're in the big boy money. The top 10% are going to make the money in this sucker, make it to day 2. But Monday will be the day 3 and final table, and we will be live streaming that sucker. So
I'll be on it.
Your chance to make yourself a little famous here. So
and yeah, best monthly tournament probably in the country for sure. I know there's some ring chasers out there probably going crazy when I say that, but this bad boy's held every month.
Yeah, it is. It's held every month. We still got all our regular tournaments going on throughout this week. So come join us here, TCH Dallas, TCH Las Colinas, or TCH in any of the other locations, Austin, Houston, and the Rio Grande Valley. And if you want to get on this Tuesday night live stream, here's a reminder. Contact Miss Mallory. This is how you get on there. She puts together these lineups. So there's her contact information one more time. Give her a shout. Tell her what a great job she does setting this lineup. Tell her who you want to see on here. If there's other folks in the poker world that you want to see on our live stream, she will get them on there. And again, RJ Dupree, Eric Van Loozen,
Thank you guys very much for joining us again, and we will see you next time. Adios.
Good night, TCH.